Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 5 of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference. It is such a pleasure having you today, and this is your opportunity to partake and participate in what's important to you, your country, your future, and the future of your children and grandchildren. Welcome to day 5 of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference. Hey, let me say this. It's been a phenomenal week. Sunday night, we started out with day 1, and we have been on a roll ever since. And you have been the most important part of this conference. Well, let me tell you this. We're going to crank it up a notch tonight because we're taking it to the next level. Now, before we begin, I have to do some house rules, some ground rules, just to make sure everything is in order. So first and foremost, please make very good use of the comment section. First and foremost, can you hear me? And hear me very well. Let's start with that. I want to make sure that you can hear me and you can hear me very, very well, because that is going to be very important tonight. Also, I want to make sure that you have hit the like button. Yes, thank you. You've hit the like button. And also, you've also copied the link or hit the share button. Those are very important things as we get started tonight. So please, you got to help us do this. And like always, you guys have been phenomenal. And I know tonight will be just as important and good as you've been all week. So let's get started. Let's go ahead, start liking, start sharing, and get the word out, because tonight, day 5, will be a phenomenal night. Now, tonight we will be covering some very important topic. We have 2 important speakers. One of them will be speaking on tourism. And in fact, as it relates to the matter of tourism, we'll be looking at some of the false narrative that has been, propagated and spread by some people who like the status quo. So we're going to do an in-depth, fair and balanced analysis of the tourism industry. And as always, later on in the program, you'll have an opportunity to call in and ask your questions. And I can't wait to hear from you. So please get ready to do that tonight. Also tonight, we will be having a serious conversation on the truth of the economy. What is really going on with the Jamaican economy? What role does the diaspora play? What are the actual numbers as it relates to the economy? Where are we on the issue of waste, on spending, and also on budget items? And let me say this. We will be looking at some important factors, some things you probably haven't thought about. So let us get ready as we start day 5 of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference. As always, we don't do anything unless we invite the presence of Almighty God. So at this time, I would like for us to get to that place. Bow your heads as we open up in prayer today. Let us pray. Father, we thank you in the mighty name of Jesus as we open up our day 5 of our Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference. Most High, there are many things in a man's heart, but it is your will that come to pass. We pray that your will be done. We pray that you will manifest your purpose. We pray you will manifest your will. We pray tonight in our discourse and even in our deliberations that we will draw inspiration, that you will inspire us, and you will give us the wisdom and the knowledge that we may inspire and motivate our brothers and sisters and each other, so that we all can play our part in the advancement of the whole human race. So I pray tonight that you will bless this conference. We tell you thanks. In Jesus' name, amen. We'd like to also open up by starting off by playing our national anthem. Join us.
Eternal Father, bless our land. Guide us with thy mighty hand. Keep us free from evil paths. Be our light through countless hours. To our leaders, great defenders, grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love. Teach us true respect for all. Stir response to duty's call. Strengthen us the weak to cherish. Give us wisdom lest we perish. Knowledge send us, Heavenly Father. Grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love.
Yes, indeed, Jamaica, land we love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. And at this time, would like to say our national pledge. Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in the service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play our part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. Indeed, it is our goal and our vision and our mission to do so. Thank you all so much for being here at this evening's day 5 of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference. We have an amazing program lineup for you tonight, and I'm asking you to go ahead and start sharing the link. Our first speaker is coming to us tonight from a remote, undisclosed location. That sounds like some science fiction thing. But our first speaker tonight is Robert Stevens, aka Bobby. Robert Stevens is the president of Pragma Consult Limited, a Jamaica management consulting firm focusing on sustainable project development. He has over 50 years of senior management, project development, and consulting experience in Jamaica, Jordan, Ghana, Nigeria, and the Caribbean. He is currently chairman of the Jamaica Protected Areas Trust and co-chairman of the Advocates Network, a director of Jamaica Conservation Development Trust, the Environmental Foundation of Jamaica, the Port Royal Development Company, Decor and Dash Limited, and also Tripoli Development Company Limited. Very, very busy man. Bobby has been the deputy general manager at the Urban Development Corporation. He has also been a senior vice president of the Port Authority of Jamaica, the World Bank tourism consultant to Jordan, in Jordan. It was also the director of tourism for Jamaica, World Bank consultant on housing development in Ghana and Nigeria, general manager of Clarendon Alumina Production Limited, director of projects at the National Housing Trust, project investment analyst at Jamaica Investment Bank of Jamaica, the National Investment Bank of Jamaica. He's also a civil engineer at the National Water Authority. Bobby is a graduate of McGill University in Montreal, Canada. He earned his bachelor's in engineering and a master's in business administration. He has also obtained project management professional, a PMP status from the internationally acclaimed Project Management Institute, PMI. And of course, he is a graduate of Monroe College. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to join with us today none other than our first speaker, our guest today on the day 5 of the Jamaica Diaspora, none other than Mr. Bobby Stevens. Bobby, welcome. How are you today? And thank you so much for accepting our invitation to be here with us at day 5 of the Global Jamaica Diaspora. How are you today, sir?
Pretty good, and I'm honored to be invited, so I'm here.
Listen to me, you have a wonderful resume. I'm going to your resume and I realize that you've had your tentacles in so many different things. And I want to commend you for your service to the country and for helping so many different people across the globe. And tonight, I know you'll do the same. You will deliver on what you've been doing, that great track record of helping the people and bringing knowledge and information to the people. But to start out tonight, Bobby, let me ask you, when you were director of tourism, what were some of the challenges that you encountered? And, how did you overcome
them? It's funny you start there because I was director of tourism in 1990 to 1992. And I took the job in September, but had signed the contract in July. And in August, the first Gulf War broke out. And, world tourism just went into a total tailspin. We were facing a situation where everybody was scared to travel. They were worried about, all kinds of things that were going to happen, whether people were going to be shooting planes out of the air or what. Anyway, cut a long story short, we had to come up with a strategy to move Jamaica's tourism forward. And our main market, of course, was the United States. But we also needed to build our markets out of Europe. And many of the planes for many of the airlines that were in Europe were stuck on the ground because they couldn't go to the Middle East or they couldn't go to North Africa. And what we did was we came up with a promotion where we said, look, Iceland Air, Finnair, all of the major airlines out of Europe, join with us. We'll promote the bringing of various guests to Jamaica via charter flights. And we tripled our airlift from Europe into Jamaica. We also started an arrangement with some airlines out of South America. And we jumped up our numbers out of South America. We had arrangements with Japan Air as well, and essentially tried to move away from dependence on any one market. We find ourselves today in a similar situation. I have a few concerns, and one of them, of course, is that we're still far too dependent on North America for the majority of our visitors. But, it's something that we really need to begin to diversify a lot more and open up South America and Central America, as well as places in the Far East to a greater extent. The other thing that is interesting is that we're focusing a lot today on building out large properties. So you're talking about 1,000-room and 2,000-room hotels and resorts and so on. When, in my opinion, we should be going after a lot more boutique type resorts and inviting members of the diaspora to invest in smaller properties that are going to cater to a higher end tourist that is going to also expose our culture and our history and our art and our craft and our music and our food. People, what separates Jamaica from the rest of the world really is not so much our beaches, because there are a lot of Caribbean islands with nice beaches. But the reality is that there's only one culture in the world that stands out and has just our dance and our music and so on. It involves, as I said, the food, the way we talk, the way we walk. And there are a lot of people who admire this and our carefree attitude, as well as our bubbly personalities, because it's very hard to meet a Jamaican who is not effervescent. Are you hearing me okay? I kind of get the impression that the browser has lost me.
Yes, we're hearing you, but we're not seeing you. Is it possible we could have you just reconnect to the stream? If you could just step out the studio, step back in, that would help us greatly, Bobby. So we'll give you an opportunity to exit the studio and enter back in. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for that technical glitch. And listen, this is live broadcast. Things happen in live broadcast. And, luckily, you got the president at the control. This is how we do it. And we will get Bobby back in. But as you can hear, he's pitching some ideas. And I want to know your feelings and your thoughts, because this is going to be a very, very interesting conversation. So let's give him a couple minutes to reconnect with us as you continue to put your conversations in the chat. Now, earlier in the program, I realized, all right, we're getting Bobby back in. We're having some, all right, here it comes. All right, back in business again, Bobby. All right.
All right. What I was saying is that I think it's important that when we talk about development of tourism, it must benefit our people in Jamaica. The big problem is that when you look at the resort areas, Mo Bay, Ocho Rios, Runaway Bay, wherever, you have beautiful properties on the seaside. You even have nice properties up in the hills and all that. But to a large extent, many of the areas are surrounded by slums and areas that are squatter settlements. And we're not paying enough attention to providing the services for the people in the communities to be able to benefit from the tourism earnings. And this, to a large extent, is reflected because when you look at what our whole product mix is now, the majority of the owners of properties on the North Coast, the new ones, are mainly multinational corporations, whether they are from Mexico or from Spain or from United States or Europe or wherever. And the spin-offs to the communities is limited. You do get the occasional contribution from major hotels to a school feeding program or something like that. But the question is, how much of the tourism dollar being earned is A, coming into Jamaica? B, is it being spread? In other words, how much of that money is actually being spent in Jamaica? And the reality is that in many cases, a lot of it is not even coming to Jamaica. And when it does, it pays staff, it covers costs for utilities and things like that, and buys some supplies locally, but is really more focused on satisfying the needs of the investor in terms of profit. And therefore, we need to try and encourage a lot more homegrown investors or investors from our diaspora who are going to be not just focused on profit and taking it out of Jamaica, but investing it back in Jamaica and making sure that the communities surrounding the tourism are benefiting. We need to have a lot more community involvement and community participation, whether it is the goods that they're selling, or it is the art and craft, or it is the music or the entertainment or whatever. We must find ways to increase the benefits to the people of Jamaica, because that's the whole purpose of development. Development is not there just to allow foreign investors to make fat profits, because that puts us back in a situation where we're basically becoming recolonized, if you will. And what we really need to do is begin to stand up on our own feet and bring together the diaspora as well as local members of our society to move towards benefiting a wider cross-section of the population of Jamaica. That is essentially my position with respect to what we want to do in the future in tourism. We really need to begin to look at it seriously in terms of our strategies, our policy, and begin to focus a lot more on the smaller things that are going to be able to be invested in by Jamaicans locally and from the diaspora. we're sitting, for instance, on Bath in St. Thomas. We're sitting on Milk River out in Clarendon. We're sitting on Jewels. We have Port Royal, which I put together a plan where the community would be totally involved in the development. But instead, what we're doing is we're developing enclave type developments. We developed Falmouth, but guess what? We didn't have a plan for the total involvement of the community of Falmouth. We developed a beautiful marina in Port Antonio. We didn't have a plan for the involvement of the people of Port Antonio. So we've done the same thing again in Port Royal. We're now developing a lovely facility around the pier, but we're not looking at the need for upgrading the entire town of Port Royal. The housing is in terrible condition. The drains are still out there that are, not properly organized. Sewage is still flowing around. You have to do a total package that develops the communities and the areas that are surrounding tourism. When I go to a tourist resort area or into a town, I want to walk through the town and meet the people in their environs. And I don't want to see where they're living in poverty. And we are visitors coming into some beautiful off the outside of the town area, beautiful area that is developed just for tourists. No, what you want to do is integrate the whole thing and develop an entire package. You develop a destination plan, which includes the community, the people involved in the community, the shops, the restaurants, the people that sell fish out in Port Royal. They need to be incorporated in a proper way in terms of everything that is being done. I think you get the drift.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that is critical if we're going to drive the kind of tourism you're talking about, where we're moving away from these big chains and focus on boutique tourism. Now, if you could go back in retrospect, if you could go back and change anything while you were director of tourism, what would you do differently?
Well, I think the most important thing, is to invest a lot more in the development of our people and our skills. There are a lot of raw skills out there, but you need proper management and coordination and training and honing of those skills. Those raw skills come up in so many ways. I mean, look at what we have done with our track and field athletes. Years ago, we used to send them overseas to university. They would get burnt out and used by the universities overseas. And when time come for Olympics or for major track meets, they basically were tired. What we have now done is we have developed a set of trainers and people who can hone our skills locally, that are understanding far more, that you don't burn out the athletes all year, taking them to various meets all over the United States or wherever. What you do is you pick, choose, and refuse which meets you're going to go to, and you train and develop your athletes to peak at the right times, whether it be for the World Athletics meets, or it is for the circuit, or it is for, as this year is a year for Olympics. We need to take the same approach in tourism and in other industries. Focus a lot more on developing our home skills, our abilities, and our raw talent, whether it be in music or art or craft or food development or whatever, and begin to show off Jamaica in a very positive and very, boutique, I call it boutique way, where it is not just slapdash, but it is seriously put together in a professional way.
Absolutely. And I know, training is important and education as it relates to students and workers in the hospitality industry. But, what would you propose as it relates to wages that some of these international companies are paying people who work in the tourism sector? Because not everyone that works in the tourism sector is making a living wage. How would you address the issue of pay for low skill or people who serve in the hospitality industry, maybe rooms cleaning the rooms, or maybe serving in the dining room, or some other areas of this vast industry. Think 1/3 of the economy, I believe. What would you say about helping?
Well,
in terms
a lot of that is changing now. I mean, I must admit that one of the things that has happened recently is, for instance, housing benefits are now being accrued for workers in the industry. There are benefits that are coming from other areas. And a lot of people who used to have all their staff on contracts are now putting them on full-time employment, where they are being able to access other government benefits. So I think we're moving in the right direction. The fact is, however, we're still regarded as a low-wage destination. And what you're going to find is that as more demand for more skills and more and better equipped people increases, what you're going to find is that the wages that have to be paid have to be higher in order to keep the staff, because they're going to have options. So the market forces, to a large extent, are going to begin to play. The big problem that I have is that I think we need to ensure that we're not killing the goose that laid the golden egg. And what I mean by that is this. Let us take a simple thing like traffic congestion. If you go on the North Coast nowadays, Mobay, Ocho Rios, Runaway Bay area, you're finding that it's taking hours to get from one point to the other, because our infrastructure is not developed to handle the kind of traffic that is out there. And we have been, to a great extent, depending on individual cars and individual vehicles to travel from one place to another. We need to look at how we can incorporate our trains, our more moving greater numbers of people more efficiently, and look at transportation as a challenge that we need to begin to address in a serious way. Because right now there are so many cars in Jamaica, it's almost impossible to get from point A to point B without standing up hours in some gridlock. So we need some attention to that here. Let's take water. Negril has been crying recently because they don't have any water in many of the hotels and in the resort areas. That is unacceptable. We should be planning ahead, not catching up with respect to our infrastructure demands, whether it is water, or it is sewage treatment, or it is electricity, or it is anything else. We need to be planning big. The big problem is that we're not planning. We're kind of, grabbing at straws where an investor will come and say, look, I want to build 1,000 rooms. And we just jump on the bandwagon, give them permission and let it go. And then we start thinking about down the road, oh, wow, how we're going to deal with the water that this group needs, etc. Plan ahead. Let us begin to apply a lot more collaboration between various government agencies, and let us plan for major developments as well as the boutique developments. But let us not scramble as we seem to be now in so many ways, whether it is in Kingston or in Mobay or in Ocho Rios. We have to think a lot more about the macro and the micro. Okay?
Absolutely. Tonight's discussion, we dubbed it as the false narrative that comes out of the country as it relates to tourism. What would you say are some of the false narrative, or what would you say are some of the things that, are being sold to people that is so wrong about tourism? Is tourism a net benefit or a net profit to Jamaica, or something within that spectrum?
Well, the biggest weakness of practically everybody in tourism is that they focus on arrivals. So you will hear whether the minister or the various people in tourism talk about, oh, we're over 4 million tourists coming to Jamaica. In fact, we have just nearly 2.5, I think, million coming from stopover visitors, which is the people that stay in hotels. You have another 1.5 million approximately coming in by cruise ship. Great. But those numbers need to translate into benefits to the people. And what I've been saying for most of what I'm saying this evening is that we're not feeling those benefits to the extent that we should, because a lot of the benefits are going into the pockets of multinational corporations that are making fat profits but not investing back in the people and the country of Jamaica. That's all I'm saying. We need to find a way to bring a lot more of the diaspora to the table and the locals to the table to join up so that we can develop things that are manageable for us to invest in. I mean, most Jamaicans can't afford to invest in a 1,000-room hotel, but we certainly can invest in a 100-room hotel, and we can put together smaller packages, whether it is attractions or it is hotels or it is various things that can be used as part of the tourism product, and let us begin to really pull together as a nation to develop our people.
What areas in Jamaica, as it relates to tourism, do you think are missed opportunities? I know you mentioned Port Royal and what they're doing and how they're not really focusing on this thing in a grander scale, like just the entire community. But are there areas of tourism, like ecotourism or other aspects of tourism, that are missed opportunities that you would hope that the people, the powers that be, focus on?
Well, let me tell you, I am now working with many of the people in the Blue and Jankra Mountain National Park. We're opening up the park. One of the things that we're looking at is the possibility of putting in a cable car up into the Blue Mountains, up by Hollywell, and being able to enjoy the environs and expose Jamaicans to the beauty of Jamaica without having to travel for an hour by car and using all the carbon dioxide that is generated in driving up there. So we're trying to find efficient ways to move people, number one. Number two is to open up some of the attractions, whether it is be in the maroon communities or it be in just bed and breakfasts that are scattered across the Blue Mountains. And this can happen in many rural areas as well. People come to Jamaica and thoroughly enjoy moving in with a family and doing a bed and breakfast where they're actually experiencing some of the things that we take for granted every day. The kind of food we eat, the kind of way that we wake up in the morning and we go outside and we smell the fresh air and we enjoy the birds and the bees and so on. You know, people love that. And that is what ecotourism and community development tourism is all about. And that has to be a greater focus for the future.
Before I bring in the rest of the panelists, a lot of people have been using Airbnb as a way to enjoy the scenery or just to come and be on their own and explore the communities, different communities in Jamaica. Is that a net positive, since it's an international company and most of the people who own these properties are probably in the diaspora and not necessarily on the ground to do that bed and breakfast concept you're talking about? What's your perspective on the role Airbnb property are the like, Verbo or others like that play?
Well, I use them regularly because, you know, the fact is that they have an international audience that is really au fait with this type of technology now to book and view and communicate with your host and find out exactly what they're offering and make sure that what they're offering is what you want. So it makes it so much easier. You know, you're able to see pictures of the property, you're able to communicate with the owners, and I find that it's a very efficient and very well worked out model, because what Airbnb does is they take 15% of the gross that is paid by any traveler, and the owner gets 85%. So you're really not, you know, it's a very good deal in my opinion. Okay. The other thing is that it's very important to give a 6 for a 6 and not a 6 for a 9. In other words, be honest, be straight, be clean, be fresh, and don't try and oversell something which is not there. Tell people the truth, you know. Tell them that, look, we have a 5-bedroom villa, but there's 1 bedroom that doesn't have a bathroom. So you have to share a bathroom. You know, just come clean with them so that they understand what they're getting into. And if you show actual and realistic pictures, it usually tells the tale. And I think that it certainly is a very efficient and well-run unit to be able to market not just Jamaica, but small operators worldwide.
All right, thank you. We have Jeffery Tavares here. Jeffery, any question for Robert as it relates to tourism?
So, Robert, how you doing? I haven't seen you or heard for a long time, man.
Yeah, man. Greetings and salutations.
Same to you, sir. You touch on Negril. When you were director of tourism, back in the days, did Negril have such a big water problem, sir? You have any idea?
No, it didn't have a problem then, but you see, a lot of new resorts have been built out there. A lot of new developments have taken place. There are a lot of land developments that are taking place on the West End. And what you're getting is a greater demand. Now, if you are managing your resources at a government level, what you need to be able to do is predict and, you know, future projections of what demand will be like and begin to plan from 10 years before how you're going to meet that demand. And certainly it should not be a limiting factor in terms of development for the future. You should be on top of it to the point where you have the water that is necessary. You're dealing with the sewage treatment. You're dealing with what the needs are for electricity, etc., etc. And these are things that, you know, it requires a lot of coordination and serious application of planning. And sometimes what is happening is that there's too much politics involved in things and not enough technical planning and proper coordination.
President, one more question for former director. If you, at the moment now, sir, if you are director of tourism, sir, would you advise the Minister of Tourism about the small bread and breakfast hotels who has built Negril? They're just left behind. There's nothing going on for them. Would you advise the Minister of Tourism to figure out how they can assist them in small business loan and so forth?
Well, you know, it's a bigger problem than just small business loans. It's a situation where there needs to be a destination plan for Negril. Negril has kind of morphed into something that has a few beautiful spots, but to a large extent, it is suffering from decay in many of the areas, and that needs to be addressed. It requires constant monitoring as well as participation by the authorities as well as the players in the Negril area to sit down around the table and say, now listen, here are the issues that we have. Let us see how we can sort them. Years ago, there was a problem with security. I'm not so sure it's as great a problem today. But the fact is that everybody sat down together and tried to figure out how they could work together to be able to deal with the security issue. I think there needs to be a coming together of the authorities and the players in the Negril scene to be able to figure out what are the key issues. And I think water and sewage certainly are two of the big ticket items. The other thing that has to be looked at seriously is the question of protection of the beaches, because we have lost a lot of the cover for the reefs in the area. In fact, in many cases, the reefs almost don't exist anymore in Negril. I don't know how many of you been to Negril recently and tried to swim out to the reefs and see what is happening with respect to fish life and all that on the way out there. And if you see 2 or 3 starfish on the bottom of the sea, you're lucky. Whoa. So you know it indicates that we need to address some of the core issues and begin to take it in hand. Otherwise, we're going to lose that 7 Mile Beach and that beautiful area we call Negril that we all love so much.
Mr. President?
Dr. Francis?
Yes. So, Robert, it's been a while since I have not seen you. Ucharius and beyond. But it's good to hear your thoughts on the development of tourism, because we saw Ucharius when it was nothing, basically, and how it was developed, and the various housing you talked about, Airbnb. Man, is this flourishing in many of those areas right now. And some of the coastline, luckily, we still have from like Silver Seas going up, because there were not beaches before, as you know, there are many rocks. And but it has gone, they're going. So I'd love to see more of that happening, as you have just said. More development of local participation in tourism. I think that's the way to go. I think that you guys said it straight in the beginning. I hope that we continue and that the young people remember what was the basis and how we started out in tourism, and will continue based on what you guys have done. So I challenge you to continue to go into the Blue and Jonker Mountains and all those other places, because I'm telling you, tourism, as you say, should not be big hotels. I don't mind seeing a few of them, but man, I would prefer to see the small bed and breakfast and the people intermingling with the society as you proposed. Thank you very much for your work in the past, and I'm sure we have a lot more to get from you in the future. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Robert, as we continue the dialogue, now, we talk about some of the biggest challenges. If you could give advice to the current administration or future administrations as to some key indicators or some key areas of growth. I know you talk about focusing more on the whole community, not just the port and maybe a bathroom, but focus mainly on the whole area. Someone proposed recently that you should use lifts, those lifts that you use at ski resorts to bring people up into the hilly areas. It eliminate risk as it relates to vehicles going over precipice. Not that it's a major issue in Jamaica. We have a lot of skilled drivers. But what are some innovative ideas that you think we are yet to tap into as it relates to tourism? And as you mentioned earlier, even ecotourism.
Well, let me tell you, one of the biggest weaknesses, in my opinion, right now is that we have focused a lot of attention on sun, sea, sand, and sex. And we have not put a lot into our culture and the development and presentation of our culture. And in particular, music. We are the hub of music in the world, you can say. Yet, we have very few venues that have been developed that are operational year-round. You have a reggae sumfest that takes place in Mobe once a year. You have a few other shows that are taking place in St. Anne. But really and truly, we should have a plethora of smaller venues that are having live shows of reggae or whatever, art, craft, music, on a regular basis. And it requires, we can have year-round entertainment and excitement in Jamaica because we have the skills and the abilities. It's just that we're not putting our being together. We're not pulling groups together that are saying, look, why don't we invest in an entertainment center in Kingston? Why don't we pull together investment and put one in Falmouth? Let's put together, you know what I mean? Bring groups in the areas and let us determine what are the things that are going to make it more attractive and how we can pull people around the table, get our assets and our liabilities lined up and begin to bring people to the table who really understand what needs to be done to attract a higher level and involvement of visitor in bringing the benefits to the people of the communities. That is what we really need to be focusing a lot more on. We seem to be spending a lot of time trying to attract big foreign investors to be able to build 2,000 and 1,000 room hotels. In my opinion, that can be part of your focus, but it shouldn't be taking up so much of your effort that it sounds as if all you're focusing on is bringing in the big numbers, because the whole idea is that you can go on television tomorrow and say that we have surpassed the 4 million visitor arrival mark, or we're going after the 5 million, whatever. That's less important than the impact of the visitors spending in Jamaica for the communities that are surrounding tourism to develop.
May I, Sir President, please?
Go ahead.
So, former director, when you look on Cricket World Cup T20, don't you think they should have done enough to bring Cricket World Cup to Jamaica this year? There's a big form of tourism to draw people from all over the Caribbean and all over the world to come into Jamaica. Because Jamaica back in the days, we're still cricket lovers. But I mean, with this T20 cricket, don't you think it'll draw more people into us, sir, if we had, try to get cricket to come into Jamaica for this World Cup?
Well, I think anybody who is watching the World Cup as it unfolds on television will agree that, it's sad that Jamaica was not in a position to host some of the matches. And I don't know what all the reasons are why we never put in a proper bid, but I'll tell you the truth. I think it's an opportunity lost, and I agree with you. I don't know how many of you remember, but when I back in 1990, when I was director of tourism, we focused a lot of attention on big events that would bring major eyes to Jamaica. And if you recall, we had the big golf tournament in Trial.
Yes, I remember that one.
Had all of the top golfers in the world, and the top prize was $1 million US. And it involved, the eyes of the world were on Jamaica. Now, we seem to have come down the totem pole in terms of the vision we have of how we are going to promote our island and put it #1 in the world. We are potentially the biggest destination in the world in terms of our culture, our sports, all of the aspects. There's so much excitement when a Jamaica team, whether we're playing football or we're playing cricket or we're running track and field, there's so much excitement about Jamaicans. Why? Because our effervescence, our personality, not the skill on the field and all that, but it's also the way we handle ourselves in front of the world. And I think it's something that we're not marketing sufficiently, and we don't fully understand the importance of.
May I ask a question? I'd like to ask a question.
Go ahead, Doc.
Brother Stevens, let me ask you a question. You mentioned something when you're speaking, saying the money from the big hotels was not as lucrative as it's made to sound. They get the money in, but the sense I get is that the majority does not stay in the communities and in the country. Am I correct?
No, hold on. Further than that, a lot of the money doesn't come to Jamaica. It goes into bank accounts where they're overseas. They bring enough money into Jamaica to pay the staff, to buy some supplies, and to do community development projects that are, little tokens. My point is that when you focus your attention on bringing in big multinational corporations, you are really not looking at the future development of Jamaica for Jamaicans. What you're doing is you're looking at the development of Jamaica or underdevelopment of Jamaica for the benefit of foreigners. And we need to understand that our two major industries, bauxite, alumina, and tourism, are not controlled by Jamaicans now. We used to control our tourism industry to a large extent. But if you look at the balance of power now, what is happening is that the majority of our tourism is owned by foreigners.
Yeah.
That's
What
true.
would you, with the one question, Mr. President? Sorry about
Why are
that.
we going back to colonialism? We need to understand the importance of building our capabilities for our own development of our own people. We will continue to have crime and violence if we continue to ignore the development of the least developed people in our country.
And so, therefore, I would imagine you're saying the diaspora at large has a role to play in
Absolutely.
helping. Yeah.
Absolutely. And
So
the
why
diaspora should be integrally involved, not just in terms of your contributions via, members of your family and all that. You should be involved in discussions about the things that you would like to see, that you would like to invest in, so that you can become a part of the conversation, part of the planning, a part of the whole movement of Jamaica to really move from being a third world country into a first.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. This is really an eye-opener. Thank you, Mr. Robertson.
You hearing me?
Yes.
You're back with us. Some of the questions, can you hear us? Bobby, can you hear us?
I think he has to go out and come back in because he got a call a while ago.
Not sure if you hear him. Sorry about it.
We can hear you. Yes.
But can he hear us?
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes, and really, let us find ways to bring the diaspora around the table for discussions that are targeted and focused on how we can all pull together to develop Jamaica.
Absolutely.
Yeah, your mic went down. Let me turn you up a little bit. Talk again, Bobby.
I'm not hearing you guys, so I don't know if you're talking.
I think what happened, Mr. President? You got a call. You have to go ahead and come back in.
All right, yes. And I want us to focus a little bit, guys, panelists, on the issue as it relates to what some of these people are saying in the chat about the local people not benefiting from tourism. Because, the street man, the street vendors are an integral part of the culture, and you're taking away that experience from the tourists. And I think that's a big mistake. What do you think, Jeffrey?
If I may, I am from Negril, born, grown, everything in Negril. And I have family members who have bread and breakfast in Negril, the western strip of Negril and the 7 Mile beach of Negril. And nowadays, you go to Negril, I know for a fact a cousin of mine, I call him my uncle, his hotel on the western strip of Negril is closed down. He has to turn it into an Airbnb now. There's nothing going on in the western strip of Negril for the local people who has built Negril. You have the Lawrences who own Tigress Resort. Tigress is no more. Lamar is no more. And Extaby is no more. I can call names on and on and on and on. On the 7 Mile beach of Negril, majority of the people who helped to build the Negril tourism, their place are no more, all because of the all-inclusive and the bigger hotels. And I think that successful government has neglected Negril and let Negril fall in a rumble. When you drive into Negril, and I'm not going to apologize about this, Negril look like a shanty town coming into Negril. It looked like a living shanty town.
I think I kind of mentioned that before, and the fact is that the government has got to be more proactive in terms of engaging with the players in the industry to sit around the table, bring all the table to be able to identify the issues, identify the problems, work with the community on solving the problems. But as I say, there is too much focus on, the big announcements and it's all an ego trip. The more 1,000-room hotels you can announce, the better. That's not the way to go.
Absolutely. So when you had that technical challenge, we were talking about the exclusion and the lack of foreplanning and foresight and forethought as it relates to local businesses and how they are being written out of the future of tourism. No, let me ask you a fair question, Bobby. Is it a situation where, you know, among some of the hotels like Jeffery quoted are mentioned, that, you know, they haven't kept up with technology? The rooms are a little bit crappy. The AC is in disrepair. The room service is crappy. And, you know, there's really nothing in terms of activity happening there. It's just like an Airbnb, and they want something where the entertainment is curated. They feel a little bit safer, and, you know, they're being catered for. Do you think that these local businesses are not focusing on putting together good packages, or having their place ready for when people come? The experience is phenomenal, and they have dropped the ball. That's why they're losing business. Could that be the case?
We can always blame the players who are in the industry for lack of improvement of their skills or whatever it is. But if you are running an organization like a tourist board, or a government organization that is planning for the development of tourism in a sustainable fashion, you need to be able to foresee these things and sit down and pull the players together and say, look, we've got to up our standards. We've got to do the following things. Here's how we're going to go about it. Government will play this role. You need to play this role. In other words, you need leadership that is going to be grassroots. Okay? What is happening to a large extent is that you have a set of leaders who are more interested in going to international conferences to get accolades and get awards and so on and so forth, and then sign deals with, you know, sheiks out of the Middle East or whatever, to be able to bring 1,000-room hotels to the table. I think we need to rethink our strategies and our policies. That's all I'm saying. And I will keep repeating it.
All right, you're absolutely right as it relates to that. But I do believe, though, as you rightly said, that, you know, it's a personal responsibility too for some of these local people to up their game. And I think the more, you know, we sound that, maybe they'll do something. Jeffrey, you seem to think differently.
Yeah, I think differently because I have been a part of the industry for many years, grew up in it. Family has places in Negril that I'm, you know, I'm familiar with. And it's not about them keeping up with it, you know. They will go and borrow loans, borrow money to keep the thing going. At the end of the day, everybody's going to the all-inclusive. And I personally think that the government hasn't done enough to push tourists to the smaller sector in Negril. The people who keep on coming to Negril, you know, is the people who know about a Tigress back in the days, or a Lamar Resort, or a Arthur's Bathing Beach, or a Hidden Paradise, or a Lamar, or somewhere, who knows about that from back in the days. They know those people, and they will tell a friend, hey, go to that place because the owner of the place, they're very good people or whatever. But when it comes on to and people may say, Jeffrey, you're chatting nonsense, but this is my honest opinion. When it comes on to you know, people going to places and saying, hey, we're going to sell Negril. They sell Negril as a tourist resort area for all inclusive. When you see a busload of tourists come from the big hotels on the 7 Mile Strip, come downtown Negril, they go to secluded places. They go to the inbound stores. They hardly go to the Negril Craft Market. But when they go to the western strip of Negril, they only go to a Rick's Cafe. They don't stop at a bar on the way down there and say, okay, we're gonna have a drink with the people or whatever. They tell them point blank, go to Rick's Cafe and back home, watch the sunset, and that's it.
But you know, but honestly, you know, yes, Negril has some issues, but the rest of what he's saying is that leadership is important, and apparently the leadership is not focusing on the future, but they're focusing on the now and what they can get out of it in terms of traction. But if you don't lay the foundation for tourism, it's not going to work. It's not going to be sustainable. So that's what he's saying. And clearly in Negril, I knew it was very vibrant and what have you. And I agree with you. It's not as vibrant. And we had a big water problem the other day, but that's a lack of foresight. So what we have to do is to have foresight for the future and develop it with all the partners involved. And if you get all the partners involved, maybe you will. Let me make it quite clear. There are many people right now. Airbnb will earn 35% of the GDP of the tourism product last year. 35% Airbnb. So I'm saying to you, it seems to me that there are some great successes. But what he's talking about, I'm not trying to interpret what Mr. All of you got is saying, but to me, as a person who grew up in Ochias and seeing what it is now, I know that it works. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I know that once we work together with everybody, it will go. That's all I'm trying to say.
But Dr. Francis and Mr. President and Sir Robert, when you look at it, you will have people who have places in Negril. Some of them, they will come to the Chamber of Commerce meeting, yes. But sometimes the Chamber of Commerce meetings is for the people of the Vumvova and the Vumvova, as I put it, the effluence of society in Negril. The local set of people back in the days that I know of. That, you don't see them at the Chamber of Commerce meeting because they were never invited. It's always the bigger class of people who owns the 7 Mile Beach itself, the all-inclusive. You'll see their manager, the general manager, the owner come there. But when it comes down to the water problem in Negril, I will blame government for that. Negril has had a water issue for years, and they did nothing about it. The former party has done nothing to help Negril. Go ahead, sir.
Let me tell you something. One of the big issues I have is that the entire country is now being run by politicians, and we're not spending enough time dealing with professionals who understand how to solve problems because of their training and development and so on. They're being ignored. So any of you know who the director of tourism is?
At this moment, no, I don't.
No, I haven't heard the name.
Well, that's a problem. Now, the big problem is that in most of the ministries, the people who you know now are just the ministers, right? Or their right-hand person that them put out front. We're supposed to be running the country, are sidestepped and are being put aside. And what you're getting is a lot of surrounding the ministers who are not, in many cases, capable or competent to be able to deal with the issues that are facing the country. I think I need to stop there. I might be stepping on too many toes.
I don't think so at all.
No. I want to thank you for that because
no, but
Go ahead. Yes. I just want to say that because here's the thing: there are people who have knowledge all around the world and so on. Yes, and once you come together, and Jamaica, of course, like yourself and many other persons who have done it before, or seen it done. And yes, we have to focus more on Jamaica and our people, because look at how our people are behaving now. Some of them I've never seen behavior like that in Jamaica. Jamaica, yes, is known all over, but I'm worried about the future of Jamaica based on certain disciplines that I've seen recently. And so that's another issue too. I mean, and I'm telling you this, I've been into some hotels and I'm telling you, the way some people treat you is if you're begging them to serve you and all that sort of thing. And we have to get back, Jamaica, take back our #1 status. Take it back, because we are #1 in almost everything.
But Doc, honestly, if we're honest, we're being exploited by these international corporations because of greedy politicians and policymakers. So as Robert said, and Bobby is absolutely right, what these guys do, they come in, they offer a contract and some deals, and whatever kickback or benefits they might have. Not quote, he didn't say that. I'm saying the kickback and whatever deal. But what they do, they will authorize the building of, a 10-story, 400-room property, and then not thinking about the infrastructure to support such property. You don't have the water, you don't have the sewage, you don't have the infrastructure to support the influx of people, and then you're not even considering the people around it. You isolate them and imprison them on a couple acres of property along a beachfront, and then, that is tourism. Now, that, I believe, is exploitation, and that, I believe, is where the issue is. Now, who will have the testicular fortitude to really call out the government, to call out the decision makers and say, listen, you're too short-sighted. You need to focus on the long-term goals and objectives. And I think if we can do that, gentlemen, I think we're on the start, because the exploitation will continue once you have policymakers who are more interested in just reaching a quota than really focusing on sustainable development.
But listen to me. The first that we need
I speak out.
Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Bobby.
Yeah, I was saying that I speak out a lot in Jamaica, but the big problem is that when you speak out and try to give positive inputs to change direction and all that, you're regarded as a member of the opposition, and you're regarded as somebody who is decrying the government and all that. And you explain to people that, look, it's not a matter of decrying whether the JLP or the PNP in charge. I always speak my mind, right?
Amen.
But the JLP and the PNP regard me as a member of the opposition once the government is in, whoever the government is. But that is me, because I speak my mind about what I think is going wrong, and I think I also on how you can correct it. But many people don't want it. You see, the hard road is to do the corrective action. It's easy to criticize.
Yes.
And I think, Mr. Bobby, that one of the correction that we need to do in the tourism sector, I think it's in the 1980s, somebody passed some law that the tourism, whosoever booked their hotel from overseas, the money can stay overseas. If my memory serves me correctly, they need to make sure that the money stays in Jamaica. The money must come to Jamaica and stay in Jamaica. If you're booking for a room out here, it must stay here.
But
the reality is this, that the way the international financial systems operate, money is not something that you can confine to a destination or a country. It is up in the air almost. It is in the banks, right? So I don't think it will work. Not with the way technology is nowadays. But it's just a matter of trying to development of the grassroots people in Jamaica. Anyway, gentlemen, can I be relieved now?
Yes, I will want to give final words. And I want to thank you for coming on and playing a part in this discussion. And we are really pleased and honored to have you. We have our next guest in the studio coming up. But what final word of advice, warning, or encouragement you would like to offer the people who are in a position to make a decision and people in the diaspora before you take off?
Well, I would like to offer encouragement, particularly to those in the diaspora. Don't give up on Jamaica. Continue to think positively on how you can make a contribution. And I certainly would encourage any of you to look at ways that you can invest, not just send home remittances, but invest in development in Jamaica that are going to be for your as well as Jamaica's benefit for the future. Thank you all for having me.
Bobby, appreciate it. Thank you. Stay well until we talk again. Have a good one.
All right, all the best.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much for continuing to join us. If you're just joining us on the day 5 of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference, we welcome you. Thank you so much for being the best part of this evening's program. Now, we are continuing our conversation. We got the team in the studio, and they're looking sharp and handsome as ever. Look at this guy, man. This guy is most handsome of them all. Where is he? Ah, there he is. Look at that guy. Look at that guy. Sharp as a guillotine, man. Look at him. In his Sunday best too, with the light shining, from the heavens upon the left part of his face. But who is as handsome and astute as this little young man here? Ah, my goodness. I tell you, this guy is charming. Dr. Rupert Francis. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. All right, stay tuned. Big up Lion and working in the shadows. But we have the good herb tea is running some other stuff for the conference. So Herb, big up yourself as you get ready. Ratty is there too, getting ready to join us shortly. But we're not worried because the most handsome of them all, moi, is in the studio. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know. I'm so humble, ain't I? But let me put up someone who is far more exquisite. He's been with us before during this conference. Professor Thompson is back with us again. But tonight we're going to be talking about a very, very important subject matter. And ladies and gentlemen, you see, a lot of things that are being said is not true. But we need people to speak truth to power. And tonight we're going to be focused on education, and it is important. Are we doing education or the economy tonight? I think we're doing the economy tonight. We're doing the economy tonight with the good professor. And I want us, Professor, to talk about the economy of Jamaica. Is it as nice for everybody as it is for some people? Let me say this, and I'll give you permission to use this. I've said this on my radio show a lot of times, ladies and gentlemen. And those of you who listen to me on 103.7, let me tell you this. I've said that in these times, we're not going to be facing any kind of military issues again. But what we're facing is economic colonization. Economic colonization also comes with technological colonization. And I'll explain for those of you who have not heard my theory on this. It has to do with the grants that we're getting from China, of these new wings at universities. A lot of the data that these people are entering into their research at universities at this amazing facility that is a gift from this great country. That data, the equipment that has been put in there, the server that you're putting your work on, all of these things, do you know where your data lives? Oh, it lives in the cloud, is it? Let me tell you about the economic colonization, because that is our biggest problem. And if we're not careful, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to find ourselves at the end of the stick. So we have to be wise, as someone old-time people say, as a serpent and harmless as a dove. Now, our speaker tonight is about to tell you that the truth about the economy, and Professor Thompson will lay it out, and you will see and hear for yourself tonight that it is not as rosy for some people as it is, and it is not as clear-cut as some people make it want to seem. Here is the truth. Professor Thompson, welcome again to the 5th day. I know you were here on day 2, but you're here now, day number 5 of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference. I heard you couldn't stay away. It's too nice. You have to come twice.
You're absolutely right, Mr. President. Good evening to you and to your awesome panel and to your guests. It is my privilege to be here again tonight, and I want to give the utmost credit and commendations to the organizers for allowing me to speak on education and economics, given the inextricable relationship between them both. In fact, Mr. President, this book, Education and Development, looks at the intersection of economy and education. And I argue in this book that economic transformation the creation of an inclusive economy depends on your education system. So I want to build out some of that tonight. I want to begin by sharing what I call 7 headline facts. And I'm urging your audience to pay close attention to these 7 facts, which will permeate the discussion.
And Prof, if you have it at PowerPoint, our tech is working great tonight. I'm not sure if you do, because the last time we had some challenges, but we got it figured out tonight. So if you do,
okay, all right. So I because of that experience, I didn't put it in PowerPoint,
right.
But I can share my script actually. All right, if I could share the script as we go. But these are my speaking notes. All right. So if you wish me to, it's as if it's going to be small because it's in Word text.
Yeah, you may proceed, sir. Just go ahead. We'll thoroughly enjoy it.
The seven facts. The first is that Jamaica's economic growth over the last 43 years, 1980 to 2023, has averaged 1.27%. Right? The average rate of growth of the Jamaican economy over 43 years is 1.27%. I could break this down for us by decades. Between the period 1980 and 1989, the mean rate of growth, the average rate of growth, was 2.32%. With the highest year, the best year, which was the year when the 807 garment manufacturing companies were doing big business in Jamaica. The best year was 1987 at 7.7%. But note where the growth was coming from, all right? And one of the points I'm going to make later, and what I want to introduce now, is that you can have growth without development. And what Jamaica was experiencing in the 60s, about which we haven't spoken, but I just mentioned it, when some years we had up to 16% growth. And what Jamaica was experiencing in 1987, when we saw 7% growth, 7.7% growth, was growth taking place without development. And those funds, Mr. President, the revenue, the earnings from that growth were not being plowed back in the Jamaican economy. They were being exported to the homeland and to the headquarters of the companies that were doing business here. All right. So that's it. So in the period 80-89, the average was 2.32. Between 1990 and 1999, the average was 1.35, with the best year being 1990, which was a year that we began to liberalize the economy and liberalize specifically the foreign exchange market. And that liberalization had its downstream consequences, because we began to see after that, if you recall, rapid inflation. Inflation was running at some years in the 80%. The next period, the year 2000 to 2009, we saw growth of less than 1%, 0.88%, with the best year being 2003 at 3.7%. And between 2010 and 2023, we have an average growth of about 2%. So the point I want to make then is that the economy has been flat for the most part, and that is reflected in the fortunes or the misfortunes of the majority of the population. There's a small group, of Jamaicans who are doing well. Perhaps the famous 1% are doing well, but the remainder of the population are doing poorly. So my first headline fact is flat growth, 1.27% over 40 years. The second point I want to know is that the Honest administration, as it made its case to become the next government, promised that it would produce growth of 5% each year for 4 years. It would produce growth of 5% for 3, right? The truth of the matter is that the data show that the average growth in each of the 4 years up to 2029, the average rate of growth during that period was between 2016 and 2019. Here were the growth figures. 2016, 1.5, 2017, 1, 2018, 1.9, and 2019, 0.9. We will leave out 2020 because that was a COVID year. Now, since 2021, we have seen a rebound with growth in 2021 being 4.6 and 2022 being 5.2. But don't get yourselves carried away on those numbers, because what we're simply doing is to recover from COVID. And I constantly said to the minister, whenever he tweeted and whenever we had our conversations, that you cannot reasonably refer to this as growth. You must refer to it as recovery. All right. So 5% growth never materialized. The economy performed at less than 1%, despite those glorious promises of the Honest administration, which has been in power for the last 8 years. Thirdly, third assertion is that the Honest administration promised 250,000 jobs, new jobs, in the period 16 to 20. All right, in the 4-year period. They said 4-year period when it was claiming that it would grow the economy by 5% each year. It said it would also produce 250,000 jobs. What are the facts? In 8 years, 2016 to 2024, it has produced 156,000 jobs, or 31% of the target. All right. But note my third assertion. Most jobs created are what Statin describes as entry-level jobs, jobs which are affected by the socioeconomic axis, maybe you could call it axis of evil, the socioeconomic axis of low tech, low growth, and low wages. All right. So despite this growing economy, which, as we say, has grown very minimally, and with a 31% performance relative to the number of jobs that were promised, these jobs are largely low tech and low wage. The fifth assertion I would want to make is that despite the recovery from COVID-19, which is a substantial recovery, a commendable recovery, we lost 10% of GDP in 2020. At the end of 2019, the year prior to COVID, our GDP was 14.93 billion per annum, all right, our GDP. We lost substantially in 2020, but our GDP nonetheless performed fairly well at 13.45 billion. 13.45 billion, growing to 14.07 in 2021, to further 14.8 billion in 2022. But I make the point to us that despite the robust recovery from COVID, we are still, as an economy, just about where we were prior to COVID. We must note that commendably, the growth for 2023 is projected to be 15 billion, another growth. The GDP output for 2023 is expected to be 15 billion. In the period 2012 to 2023, GDP output, hovered in the 13 billion to 14 billion range, reaching a high of 14.93 billion in 2029, falling, as we said, in 2019, falling, as we said, in 2020, and then recovering gradually. And now in 2023, the country has surpassed by a small margin the figure for 2019. So in 2019, GDP output was 14.93. In 2023, it is 15, a difference of 70 million. All right, marginal growth. So the point I want to say that despite robust recovery from COVID and the economy returning to the levels pre-COVID, our situation remains largely unchanged in terms of our productivity and quality of life. The sixth assertion I want to make is that despite declining debt to GDP ratio, and I'll speak more on that later, it's now at 92%, despite down from 130%. All right, it's despite declining debt to GDP ratio, where the government was borrowing more than it was earning, despite low unemployment, which is now at 4%, and high NIR, which is now at a record 5.14 billion, many in the population are still struggling, with 80% of the workforce earning below the tax-free threshold. What that tells you is that wages remain punishingly low, because 8 out of 10 people in the workforce earn less than 1.7 million. And within that context, it is to be noted that a United Nations World Food Program study done in 2022 found that 4 in 10 people said they were eating less because they couldn't afford to feed themselves properly. They were eating 1 less meal per day. And 9 in 10 people said they had changed their shopping habits because of the inability to purchase the things they need. But you can test the validity of these assertions by just look at the people just talk to people around you, and they'll tell you most people are having a difficult time. The cost of living is well out of the reach of many. And in the context of the cost of living being well out of the reach of many, and many being below the minimum wage, which I'm going to call, for the purpose of discussion, the tax-free threshold minimum wage. Despite that, government gave it, and which is my final assertion, government gave itself a 200 to 300% increase in its wages, which was described by the wife of the Prime Minister as providing a little bit more to bring them closer to a living wage. So here was a most senior politician describing this massive 200% increase as not bringing them to where they ought to be, but bringing them closer to a living wage. Those were her words. But if it required over 200% to bring them to a living wage, how do you justify giving 20%, less than 1/10, giving 20% to the rest of the population, public sector workers? So that, I want to suggest, is the backdrop against which we should understand and interpret the realities in the Jamaican economy. And so we ask ourselves, where to? But before I go on to where to, I think it is necessary to offer, pardon me, I'm trying to plug my, I think we should offer some further context. As we...
You want to go ahead and plug it in? We'll hold for you.
Yes, I've plugged in, yes.
Okay.
I want to offer some further context by seeking to place the administration that has been here since the last 8 years in context, but also go beyond that to the previous administration of 2012-2016. One of the marked realities of Jamaica in 2012 was that the economy was literally on the brink of collapse. And it is a piece of truth that we must honestly affirm. The talk in international financial circles during that time, the elections were December of 2011, and the new administration took office in 2012. The talk in international financial circles was, has Jamaica crashed as yet? This is what was being whispered in the halls of the World Bank, the IDB, the IMF, and in what I would describe as a test of truth, Finance Minister Nigel Clarke in 2019 wrote an article in the Financial Times which reads in part, and I'm going to read it to you for the purposes of illustrating that we were in trouble. He writes in the article, by March 2009, debt was 124% of GDP, and interest costs consumed 50.2% of tax revenues. The global financial crisis compounded an already impossible situation. Bauxite earnings evaporated, tourism earnings nosedived, and 9% of the private sector jobs were lost. In 2020, Jamaica turned again to the IMF. However, and this is the key point I want to make, despite a local debt exchange, fiscal restraint could not be delivered, and the agreement with the IMF fund collapsed. The agreement collapsed. And by 2013, Jamaica's debt to GDP had reached 147% of GDP. Right? It was that 147% of GDP which began to balloon from 2012 as a result of the collapse of the IMF agreement in 2010. That was the context within which the new administration had to, of Portia Simpson Miller took the economy. The letter of intent to the IMF dated 2013, the letter of intent outlined a raft of measures to rescue the economy, one of which was to place the economy on a path that of stability for the foreseeable future. that letter of intent, which outlined the government's case, is the same economic program that is in place today. So the reality of 2012, 2013 to now is that the economic model developed by the previous administration is still in place. And perhaps it's one of the handful of areas in which we should celebrate that from one administration to the other, there has been the maintenance of the economic program. But the critique of the PNP administration, the substantive and valid critique of the PNP administration between 2012 and 2016 is that whilst it stabilized, while it rescued the patient, stabilized the patient, and oversaw the patient's gradual return to stability, that is Jamaican economy, economic stability and marginal growth as there was not enough, or were not enough to transform people's lives. So if the critique of the PNP 2012 to 2016 is that whilst it did well, it did not do enough. If the current administration, or given that the current administration is following the same program, it also is the case that it is not doing enough. And recall that a couple months ago, a year or so ago, the PNP called for a realignment of the economic priorities to provide a cushion for the people who were at the margins and who were feeling the pinch the most. The government has resisted that. Recall, as we said, that in 2013, the debt to GDP ratio was 147%. Our debt was 147% of our GDP. Not with that in mind, the government set out the government of 2012 to 2016 set out a program to reduce the debt to GDP ratio. And the letter of intent stated that, and I read from the letter of intent itself, the section entitled Public Debt Management Strategy. All right, I'm reading from the letter itself. The letter reads, the government is committed to sharply reducing public debt. Sustained debt reduction will be driven by a strong fiscal program generating large primary surpluses. However, while the budgetary measures outlined above should bring about a sharp improvement in the fiscal accounts, they would not by themselves close the financing gap and put debt on a sustainable path, even within a fiscal rule. Listen to this. Therefore, fiscal consolidation will be contemplated by debt restructuring, improved debt management practices, and support from official external partners. The last sentence is a kicker. The program assumes that the total contribution of all measures to reduce public debt will deliver a ratio of not more than 96% of GDP by March 2020. So I want to make 2 points to that. The first point I want to make is a critique of the current administration, which seeks to make the case that it is its own work and achievement that saw us with a debt to GDP in 2019 of 94.26% and in 2021 to 94.2%. The point I want to make is that this reduction in the debt to GDP ratio was programmed from as far back as 2013. We are simply carrying through on the program. And yes, we should reduce our debt to GDP, but it's important not that we acknowledge the strategies that have been in place for however long to achieve this. But the other point I want to make is that this commendable, this planned, not accidental, this programmed and strategic and commendable reduction in our debt to GDP ratio has not resulted in substantial improvements in our schools, our hospitals, our garbage collection, and the earnings of a majority of the population. So one of the key things that must be considered at this time is this: how do we take advantage of the improvement in our fiscal accounts, particularly our debt to GDP ratio, and launch a new vision for an economic transformation that will see improvements in the lives of our people? That is the question that we must answer as a society. That is the issue that we must give our full attention. And whenever the election is called, whether this year or next year when it's scheduled, the question that both the PNP and the JLP must be required to answer fully and forthrightly is: how are you going to create a new economic order, a new social and socioeconomic arrangement that will see us transforming the life experiences and the quality of life of our citizens, and to ensure that these improvements in the macroeconomic numbers are translated in the lives of the people. And I want to suggest that there are 6 E's, 6 strategies that will be required to accomplish this. All right. The first, of course, is education. Education. I made a point earlier that you can have growth without development. Guyana is likely to have 58% growth this year. Growth, but what kind of development will take place in the country? Most of the profits earned through the oil industry in Ghana will be exported to the headquarters of the companies that all own the oil companies. Right? You can have growth without development. We saw that in the 60s in Jamaica, where, as I mentioned earlier, we had growth in the order of 16% some years. All right, but the economy was exclusionary. That growth was shared and enjoyed by a handful. All right. We're seeing it now. We're seeing marginal growth taking place, albeit of 2 and 3%. But how is it impacting? The only way you can get that impact is to break that low education, resulting in low wage jobs and therefore low output. The education system. And I mentioned the other night, which I want to highlight again tonight, some of the key areas that must be addressed in order to overcome this. Right? Firstly, we have to revamp how we finance our primary and secondary education. And I include in primary the provisions for early childhood. All right. We have to ensure that children are nourished, that they are properly supported and supervised, and where there are parental deficits, that the state pays for, employs qualified social workers to provide support to those families. We need to ensure that schools are given adequate resources to deliver teaching and learning. But we also need to revamp the approach to teaching and learning. Today was another PEP day, grade 4 PEP in Jamaica. Between grade 4 and grade 6, students do about 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 12 different exams. I say this to the Minister of Education. I say to the opposition spokesperson on education. I say it in the halls of the PNP. That is stupidness. To what end are we testing the children so frequently, so rigorously? To what end are we testing them? What then after the tests? And what teachers are telling me is that the children build their lives around tests. So after one test, they just go into relaxation and idle mode. And as the next test approaches, they start to become more serious. So it is all about the test. So they're not growing intellectually. So a revamping of the education system is the first port of call for economic turnaround. And when we, so what I want to say then is that this 40 years of 1% growth will be with us for some time yet. We won't begin to see the real effects of economic development for the next 10 years. But the government has to start now to revamp the education system, right? And having taken account of what's taking place at the primary, if you will, the early childhood, primary and secondary level, having revisited that and revamped the curriculum, we need to ensure that large numbers of students, much larger than the 2.7 in 10, the 27 in 100, the less than 3 leaving high school. Make sure that we increase the number of those who are entering high school. We double that. So what I would urge the government to do, what I would urge whoever becomes government after the next election to do, is to put in place measures to ensure that over a 10-year period, we can incrementally move the number of those who are accessing tertiary education from just about 3 in 10 to 6 in 10. So if you were to ask me for my campaign slogan for education, it is 6 in 10 by 2034. All right? So education is the first E. The second E is export. We import far too much, and it distorts our capacity to address major issues in the economy. We need to become far more export-led, right? We have the capacity, and food security is a big global issue. Our supermarkets and our produce markets are inundated with imported food. And government was the other day introducing what I would call the irrational policy measure of removing GCT on imported raw foods. You hear me? I'm not making this stuff up. And what that would do, it would kill the local agricultural market, because we wouldn't be able to compete with farmers in France and Germany and the US, because they are now able to sell their food products at substantially low prices. The same way we kill the poultry industry by allowing lowering the SCT on leg quarters. So the farmers in America made a killing off the breast portions of the chicken, and they exported the leg quarters and the chicken back at pennies and kill out the local industry. All right, we need to go into export. We need to increase export, radically up export, and that means providing substantial support for local industries of all kinds. All right. My third E is entertainment. tourism is entertainment and love and pleasure. We need to look at the many other things for which people come to Jamaica. I remember Rebel Salute, a major thing, and the Reggae Sunsplash. There are other entertainment packages and products we can create, all right? And we need to build on that. And one of the ways in which we can increase that is to make entertainment as a skill area and a management area part of the new curriculum. So I need to have said that under education, we need to revise the curriculum. All right. I'm glad my good friends at the CXC have reversed their position to remove certain subjects which are key to a new economic arrangement. All right. The fourth area is to focus on economic development, not economic growth. Growth will come from development, but development is not necessarily going to come from growth. We need to look at how we then take large tracts of land and turn them into real sustainable agricultural production areas, which is my fifth E about expansion in agriculture. All right. But economic development is more than agriculture. It is also about how we promote, how we enable our youngsters to develop apps. And they can only acquire these competencies if they are in receipt of useful educational exposure. All right. Economic development is about how we provide ownership of property to individuals so that they can arrange long-term exploitation of that property, whether it is land or house, to do their business, right? So we need to look at the legs on which the economy must stand, right? This economic development includes some of those areas I mentioned the other day: environmental and technology applications, solar power and renewable energy, all right? Biotechnology and artificial intelligence. All of those things are key components of economic development. And I mentioned as the fifth E, expansion in agriculture. And then my final E is exploiting the new areas of economy that have, for the most part, been left unattended: cybersecurity, e-commerce, internet publishing, finance, and insurance. I'm suggesting that to overcome this low growth curse that is on us as a society, on us as Jamaicans, this low growth, low wage curse, these are 5 areas of focus that must be addressed. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd want to yield back my time.
Thank you so much, Professor. This is quite interesting. I was taking notes here, and I think I missed one of the E. And as Professor, I will say that this is absolutely brilliant. So the first one was,
again.
Yes. No, let me tell you what I have, and you tell me how well I'm doing with my notes.
Yes.
Okay. So let's see if I was an attentive listener. So number one was education.
Yes.
We need to focus on education. And you talk about from the cradle to the grave, well, that's my interpretation. So all have to play a part as it relates to education. Then you touched on export.
Yes.
Because we do have the arable lands, we have the capacity to export far more than we are, so we need to focus on that. The third one I got was entertainment. Now, you can correct me later on if I'm wrong, because the culture of Jamaica is, it's along the line of reggae and, track and field and all of this, and it is a culture, just the vibes, just the energy of the country. And the other one, you talk about expansion. and exposure. I think that's where I
Yes. So,
kind
so
of got.
you miss economic development. You miss the
Yeah,
fourth
so
one,
it's the
economic development.
expansion of economic development. I guess that's what you said.
No, I was saying economic development broadly, and then I went into expansion of agriculture as a sub area.
Okay,
Yes.
gotcha. All right, so economic development. And then the last one I got, which is my favorite one, which I believe that we are way behind on, is the exploitation of the gig economy.
Yes.
Because you mentioned that we're missing out on the gig economy.
Yes.
And when we want to, if we want to be an advanced society, a lot of times we compare Singapore, we compare, say, hey, they came to Jamaica, they studied us, and they're a first world country and a financial powerhouse.
Yes.
And we are making, as you said, 1.7% growth over 40 years.
Yes.
Which, when you average it out, which is really a big problem. Now, looking at all of this that you have said, Professor Thompson, I mean, is there any hope for us? I mean, I hear your proposal, but the people who are leading the country, to me, seems a little nearsighted. And I know it's easy to write an article or put a paper together and then publish something and say, here is a plan, it's going to work great, but the reality doesn't really match your theory. Do we have any hope to follow this plan or any other plan?
Well, let me say yes, and I'll come back to the yes, but I want to commend your critical thinking in your summary, because you introduced some things that that are relevant, which I did not say. For example, you use, in relation to education, you use from cradle to grave. And it's an important characterization, because one of the points I did not make, which your comment raises, is the issue of continuous learning, lifelong learning. Because getting up, leaving high school, and then going on to university, if we are successful in increasing the tertiary participation, doesn't stop there. Lifelong learning, so that youngster, that adult, that man who is 40, that one who's 50, is continuously learning new skills in order to improve his or her quality of life chances, her earnings, and so on. So you make an excellent point. Education is about lifelong learning. Beautiful point. The other thing you said, which I want to underline and highlight, is in the area of entertainment. So my good friend, Mayor Motley, would not allow Cricket World Cup to miss her. And she is the chief spokesperson for Cricket World Cup, and emphasizing the export nature of having thousands of people come to Barbados to enjoy cricket. All right. Jamaica missed the boat completely and gave some excuses that are juvenile. Entertainment is one of our potentially largest area of earnings. All right. A sensible government will have entertainment as a major cabinet portfolio. All right, which is not a kind of give it to give to somebody who you need to give a cabinet position, but it must be seen as part of the economic engine, of a country. But to your question, we have hope, because there are people like yourselves, members of the diaspora, persons here present, who believe in what I'm saying, who recognize might I say, the issues that are preventing us from realizing the potential of Jamaica. One of your big campaigns is on crime. The other is on corruption. Let me remind us that 15 billion in GDP which we earn, which translates to about 2 trillion Jamaican dollars. 10% of that earning is lost as a result of crime and corruption. They each account about 5%. All right. Now, so part of the hope we have is rooted in the fact that people like yourselves recognize what are the impediments and the obstacles to economic transformation and improve quality of life. Let me put it to you another way. In a place like Finland, which has been rated the happiest place on earth for 6 years in a row, they have the lowest level of corruption. Public corruption is almost nil. And one of the factors that has been identified as a contributor to their happiness is that the country is free of corruption. Let me tell you what corruption is. I'm a developer and I do project management work for developers, for getting approval of a subdivision or of a complex is one of the most nightmaring experience you can have, because along the way there are people there waiting for their palms to be greased. And whilst I am a very imperfect person, and if you get close to me, you'll discover that I have my weaknesses. Me nah grease no palm. And so they string me out. All right. And the palm greasing and the desire for a piece of the pie goes straight to the top. But there's hope, because there are people who are fighting to bring an end to those obstacles. And there are people who are seeking to promote the solutions and the strategies that will bring us forward. So I don't give up.
Excellent point. Excellent point. Panelists, you guys can Ratty, you made it.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome, 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 sir. How are you? Dr. Rupert, you awake yet? You're mute, sir.
Well, I tell you something. I wonder if it's Ratty put you up to that, Jeffrey. Which one?
Me.
I know it's not Ratty, because Ratty does come. I know it's not the professor, because he's talking my language. So no, it's not the professor. Professor, let me tell you, when people say you talk truth to power, it's just not just giving you acknowledgement. It's just saying to you that I wish more people would just get down to the nitty-gritty, as they say. Because here we are, and they have a saying there, but for the grace of God goes I. I am sure I don't think you're born wealthy as you are now. And when I say that, because a lot of people say, boy, he's a professor, etc., but they don't know the journey. Right? But is it possible for every Jamaican child, everyone, or at most, that's about 99%, to reach where we are now with what is happening in the Jamaica land we love? When you ask that question, people think that you must be a member of a certain party to be asking that question.
Yes.
Right? And you just want to dash with the government. No. We are saying, and as you just rightly put it out, that in order to get better as a country, we have to treat the youth right. We have a program, Mr. President always say it's him alone on our radio program. And don't mention that I'm with him, Mr. President, I'm gonna call you out right now. But we're just saying you must treat the youth right.
Yeah.
Because if you don't treat the youth right, you're not getting anything from Jamaica.
Yes.
Your future is done.
Yeah.
And he's a professor, and he's saying, and he came the other evening, and if you never hear him, listen to what he's saying. And I'm not just trying to brown nose him or what have you. That's not the issue. The issue is that I myself, well, as a Vumva, Jeffery, we don't know so sure how I'm reaching so. But anyway, that's another matter. But me know, as a barefoot boy, also, Mr. President, and I know where Ratty come from when you look at that event and a joke business. And people take it seriously. We wish that every child have the opportunity, because without that, we cannot grow.
Yes. I would say two things.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah,
Sorry.
I said two things. First of all, thank you for your kind thoughts, sir. I'm coming to you from my house in an area called Avondale Heights, which is in Mandeville. But I grew up around the road, about 8 kilometers from here, at a place called Wales. Wales is bush. It was my father was a bauxite, was an Alpart tenant. He leased about 200 acres of land. He only owned 5 acres for himself and leased land adjoining. And I grew up on a farm. And yes, I carried water on my head to take to the cows. And I would, my water boot, I never always had a solid water boot. So sometimes my water boot has a crack under the bottom. So I'm walking in and my foot is wet. And I had to come home from school early and sometimes have to stop at Mr. Jones' shop and buy the feed and carry it on my head. Or sometimes carry it from the shop to the bus park and taxi, right? So yeah, I grew up barefoot, but I wore shoes for the latter part of my life into school. I came from a family of hardworking people, all right? But I believe every child can get there. One of the things that my parents did and understood was that education was the path. So my father was a farmer. My mother worked as a supervisor at a guest house. And then when the guest house closed down, she was a supervisor and cashier at a business place. But they push education. One of the things we have done in their memory is to establish what is called the Luther and Iselin Thompson Memorial Education Fund. And every year we give a bursary to 2 youngsters from the parish of Manchester to assist them with their tertiary journey. So without that, we can't have an improved quality of life for our youngsters. But I tell you something, one of the things that I have done, you might be familiar with this proposal that I had written about. I wrote extensively, including in this book. It's called the Child Opportunity Trust Fund. All right. The idea was first voiced. Merlin in the Wales. Yes, man. Of course. Yes. Yes, you know there. Thank you. Some very interesting comments are being put in the chat. So we need to look at some of them. All right. Thanks, Merlin. The Child Opportunity Trust Fund. Basil Waite had first written on it in 2008. And when I was doing my research for this book, I came across the idea and I expanded upon it. And I discussed the idea with the Minister of Finance. We were to have a sit down to give him more details. I had given him a copy of the book, and I'd also discussed the matter with the PNP, the opposition. It was discussed extensively, and from as far back as 2021, then opposition spokesperson on education, Angela Brown-Burke, had made the proposal in Parliament, and there were other PNP spokespersons who had indicated the plan, support for that plan. Hooray, hooray, hooray. In this year's budget presentation, the Prime Minister announced that program under a slightly different name, of course. I was disappointed that he did not acknowledge the antecedents and the ideas of others, but suffice it to say, he announced a program. I don't know if it's yet implemented, but under that program, which is a large point I'm making, a fund is opened in the name of each child. Yes, Beulah, not part you consider group. Yes. A fund is opened in the name of each child by the time they reach 1 year old. So they probably the child, so every child born in 2023 would have their fund open in 2024. And how does this fund work? It is seeded with the equivalent of a $100 per child, $100 or $15,000 Jamaican. And if we have 40,000 children born in a given year, 415 is 660, so $600 million would be put aside in this fund. And this fund would be supported by monthly contributions, lodgements by their parents. And at the end of 18 years, if the fund is growing at 6% per annum, and parents of those 40,000 children make their lodgement, at the end of 18 years, you have $40 billion. And that $40 billion is then distributed to each child to allow him or her to start their educational journey. So those things are possible. And I commend the government for taking the idea, and I hope they implement it. And but that's a long-term solution. In the interim, we need to find solutions to give all these youngsters who are out here now a chance at exposure to skills and technical training so that they can improve their lot by creating jobs for themselves.
Absolutely. Well done, Mr. Professor. I commend you on that, what you are saying, because to be quite honest with you, there are lots of talented Jamaicans out there. And I mean, you know, I do not commend people on shopping, as they call it. I don't know why they call it shopping, but that sort of thing. But I do know it takes genius of somebody to stay in with a cock crowing in the background and stealing people money. How they do it, I don't know. And I'm not recommending it. But I'm saying if India can be leading the world in technology and in that sort of as though, you know, why us in Jamaica? Our children are so smart.
Yes. Yeah.
Wrongly smart, you know what I mean? And what they're doing. But why can't we get them from early, train them, educate them, inform them, and let them take over the, you know, these things, these jobs as executives rather than thieves?
Yes.
It is possible. And so, you know, so don't tell me these smart, you know, listen, if you want anything done in your home, you don't have to call Mr. President like I do. You call your nephew, your grand, you know, they get it. So we are missing the boat, and I beg and I plead, and that's why we in the diaspora believe in what we are doing, to the point. And I ask my brothers and sisters, stop throwing cold water on this thing. People who are doing it are not only dunce when they're doing it, but they are disingenuous to the country, and they don't love Jamaica. And I'm not afraid of saying that. You, with people like yourself and others who are speaking right now, get up, stand up for your rights, and give the children true equal rights and justice for all. That's what I say. That
brings us back to the first E in Professor Thompson's proposal. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, you can participate by calling 757-655-3377. That's 757-655-3377. Caller, go ahead. You're live with the professor and the panel.
Yeah. Hi, good evening.
Evening.
So, I believe strongly in the observational science and the research science. I think if you look at Jamaica, one of the things that we see that is a clear observational success is the principle of the housing trust. What's the principle behind it that we can see? A small amount of money from a lot of people accumulates to a huge sum in a short period. Period of years. Now, why that concept was not replicated and used in other areas. Like, for instance, an energy trust, or other areas in which Jamaica has strong competitive disadvantages. Dysfunctional families. Why that simple concept was not replicated in other areas is befuddling to me. And we could have definitely used that concept to hedge against Jamaica's disadvantage in the petroleum industry, rather than taking huge sums and investing it in speculative renewable energy, solar and wind structures, which there's no scientific evidence that demonstrates that those can lower energy rates and improve the lifestyle of poor people.
Yes.
So again, Jamaica is not being run on solid science and solid observational evidence. And Professor, I just posted in the chat there some of the other reasons why Finland are supposed to be the happiest people in the world. It's not just low level of corruption.
No, there are about 6. There are 6 factors that they
yeah, like I said, I just posted it there.
Yes, there are 6 of them.
Yeah, like I
Corruption
said,
is
I
one of
just
6.
posted it in the chat.
Yes, right. There you are. Yes,
one
indeed.
factor.
Yes.
So and of course, if you dig down further, you find Finland has a 49% out of that birth rate. Jamaica has 85%.
Yes.
That's another factor that you never mentioned. I think a more important factor.
Yes.
The child abuse rate in
I was
Jamaica
actually making a point about corruption at the time.
Yeah,
Yes,
well, hold a second. No? The child abuse rate in Jamaica is off the chart. For instance, when Lisa was in charge of the children ministry, I remember she made a comment on radio that the calls from children who claimed they were being abused was averaging like 300 per week. And we took that statistic as genuine, like I did. Basically, more than 50% of Jamaican children have been abused. So that's again is a significant factor to our unhappiness.
Yes.
Few people talk about.
Yes.
So let's try and be more scientific in our thinking, in our reasoning, and leave speculative, opinions. Well, we can really use opinions, but let's state them what they are. But if we don't stick to the science, we're going to be making mistakes, as we have continue to do in Jamaica history.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much, Carla. Appreciate it. Would you like to
Yes, I'll say 3 things quickly. Connecting. To first of all acknowledge Monica, who says she knows my mom. That's a warm thing to say and to hear. But to the comments of the caller and the other comments in the chat, yes, there are 6 factors which have been identified as contributory to the Finland being the happiest place on earth. In addition to low corruption, which I was speaking at the time, there's that item called social support. Note that in the case I made for a revamped education system, it includes a high level of social support where every family is supported by a social worker, or as well as given nutritional interventions relative to their need. So it's not every home that will require nutritional intervention, but the model will be that every child must have adequate nutritional support because it's foundational to learning. Yes, I'm a past student of Manchester High School. Yes, thanks. The other point I want to make is that the lack of economic inclusion. What we have when we under-educate our society, Dr. Francis, is that youngsters feel compelled to find alternative means of survival. And to the point you made is that their behavior in the arena of antisocial behavior, antisocial economics, scamming, chopping, their behavior reflects to a great extent their ingenuity and their intelligence. If we could create a society where those skills, those abilities, that intelligence that those things are repurposed and redirected, then we could have a much more healthy society. And that is part of the business of government. That's part of the business of education. And in addition to criticizing the Ministry of Education for its current policy, several of its policies are questionable, but I mentioned the issue of this frequent testing of youngsters, 12 tests between grade 4, 12 major exams between grade 4 and grade 6. In addition to that, the weakness there, as I said last time, we at the tertiary level who must ensure that not only we create programs that are attractive to youngsters, but we must structure those programs that they can access them easily. A youngster should be able to come to the campus 1 day per week for the duration of a semester, but access classes elsewhere by other means. All right. We should build out a network that allows them to get the highest level of upskilling without being tied down on the campus as the only approach to providing education. That's a key role we have to play to make sure that we strengthen the quality of educational output of the country overall, and as a result, to improve economic output.
757-655-3377. Caller, you're live.
Patriots, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Professor, I have a question for you. I want to take in another direction.
Mm-hmm.
I believe you're familiar with the research that show that arts involved students perform much better academically. You are?
Did you say art, A-R-T, or heart?
ARTS.
They
Children.
Arts, yes, arts, yes.
The arts involved.
Yes.
They perform much better academically than kids who are not involved.
Yes.
If that is the case, then why can't the Ministry of Education and others develop a curriculum that used music as a foundation to teach them about maths and science?
Okay.
Link naturally where the kids are. Because we all agree, Jamaicans are musicians. The music is in our blood. You know, why we don't tap into that and help move the kids them forward?
Yes.
I would like to hear the professor on that.
Right. So two things. Yes. So music is taught.
Response off here.
Yes. Music is taught. Music is taught in our schools, and also at the tertiary level. And I'm coming to that. Thanks, Ms. Ming. And we have a college that teaches music. We have the Edna Manny College for the Visual and Performing Arts. But I think your larger point is that music as a core subject of the arts, and bear in mind that we have been talking about STEM for years, and now there is STEAM, which brings the arts in. I'm acknowledging that your larger point is that that music as a component needs to be expanded. And yes, the research shows that children who are exposed to music, they think more logically, they think more critically, and they think more creatively. So I believe that there is a case to be made for that. I want to acknowledge a comment made by Ms. Ming, who points out that it's not 12 exams over the period, it's 15. It's 15. So it is, if I want to be graphic, it is worse than I was making it out to be.
What's error?
Yes.
But to the caller's point, right?
Yes.
I think when you sing a song like A, B, C, D, E, and you turn it into a song, the retention aspect of it is easier. And I also a very good friend of Dr. Rupert Francis, Dr. Clovis.
Mm-hmm.
He is an advocate for the same thing because he's in the arts, and I've heard him done a lecture. And why are you laughing at? I've heard him done a lecture on the issue of how the arts can really help with math, with comprehension, with perception, and a laid out in principle, which I think was a very compelling argument, how the arts are critical to learning. So, and I've seen it. I used to teach early childhood education, and sometimes you sing, the kids get it more than, and I think when we're all learning our ABC, it is taught to us first as a song. And I think, to go back to the caller's point, that might be an interesting thing. What's your thought?
That's for me, Mr. President.
I was just trying to say to you, I support you. Yes, that our good friend, let him leave him there. But the point is this singing thing. I remember when I went to school, I wanted to go to school from when I was about 2.5, and you might say, you remember. I remember that ABC singing, and I just wanted to go and say my ABC too. And so I'm really encouraging that type of thought process, that we really have enjoyed. When I was teaching at the college, my motto was have fun while learning. Because if you're not having fun while you're learning or doing, you're not going to be learning, okay? You'll be sleeping or doing something else. So I just want to share that. Thank you with that, Mr. President.
I want to say two quick things to affirm the vital role that music plays as part of the memorization process, but also part of the thinking process. And it is used, but I would say not extensively, not adequately. I want to go to a comment that I saw from Larkland just now. Larkland says he works with Google and would like to know what he can do to assist education in Jamaica. I want to make this plug. As you know, I'm a proud and critical member of the university community, University of the West Indies. And I'm Deputy Dean for Research and Resource Mobilization. And I want to make this point here that I would be happy to collaborate with the diaspora as a body and with individuals who in their personal capacities are able to mobilize resources for those educational objectives of the university broadly and the Faculty of Humanities and Education more narrowly, in which I am assigned. So I would like to have that conversation at some point, Mr. Chair, outside of this forum, a formal conversation with the diaspora executive to discuss how you might leverage your the resources to which you have access and to pledge those resources forward to support the work of the University of the West Indies. And yes, Mr. Larkland, I would be happy to talk with you in your own capacity. So that's a plug I want to make, Mr. Chair, with your permission.
All right, panelists, time for you guys to opt in. Larkland, send us a text to the number scrolling at the bottom of the screen so we can reach out to you. 757-655-3377. That's 757-655-3373. Jeffrey, you have a hot mic. Let's go.
Good night, Professor.
Great
presentation. Great presentation. Welcome back to the forum. My question to you, though, you mentioned that, if my memory serves me correctly, that how many percentage of Jamaicans may go to their bed hungry? Did you say something like that, I think?
So yes. This study found that 4 in 10 Jamaicans were eating 1 less meal per day.
Now, tell me something then. If that is the case, is it that successive government hasn't really helped the people in a way to get them out of poverty?
Yes. So the fact that the economy has not expanded substantially. So let me share with you, for example, our GDP over the 12-year period 2012 to 2023, our GDP has hovered around the 14 billion mark for the 14 billion mark.
Mm-hmm.
What that means is that our production as a country has not really seen substantial increase. We are producing at the same level. But related to that, our GDP per capita would obviously have the same features. Our GDP per capita has been about $6,000 annualized and adjusted for inflation. It has remained at about $6,000 for the last 40 years. All right. So the average income of each Jamaican has not changed for 40 years.
That means the whole $15,000 minimum wage is the word I want to use. I can't use in the air here. It's chicken, whatever.
Right. I mean, it is pitiful. It is pitiful. And yes, both parties. So this 1.27% economic growth over 40 years covers both parties. So this is not a partisan problem. It's both parties. The GDP, which has remained steady for the last 12 years, is both parties. And so the strategies I've outlined, the 6 E's, I'm saying whoever forms the government after the next election must contend with that. And I would go further to say, the elections are not due until next year, 15 months from now. There's a lot that this government needs to do. The current office holders need to do to address the massive gaps. The income inequality is among the countries of the world. Income equality in Jamaica is among the highest. Among the countries of the world, the murder rate per capita in Jamaica is among the highest. Among the countries of the world, income earned by citizens is among the lowest. We have a serious structural problem. It is not merely seeing high-rise buildings going up. The fact that they're going up doesn't tell the true story about the economy. It tells the story about the experience of a few. All right. New highways do not.
Before you're going, Jeffrey, I have 2 callers holding on the line real quick. Hold your question, Jeff. Caller 1, go ahead. You've been holding for a while. You're live. Caller, go ahead. You're live. Caller. All right. Let me switch over to the next one. Caller, go ahead. You're live.
Good night to each and everyone, to the panel and to your listeners.
Good night.
My 2 cents on this is that we have so many churches right across Jamaica. And for our country to go forward, we need our community signature. And I'm saying most of the churches that only open on Sunday, for the rest of the week, they close. Why can't they have some classes, especially for adults that are not privileged to education? Because our country need to educate them people. And when you have a people then the government cannot deal with them in the manner.
All right, Carla, I think we got your presentation, your question. Thank you so much for the call. Prof, would you
Yes.
like
What I understand the caller to be saying is that our churches need to become places where people can access education. We need to leverage the church as an asset to advance the agenda of giving people more opportunities for training and development. And in that regard, I fully agree with her. So for example, churches are typically open twice a week, Sunday or Saturday, and then prayer meeting night on Wednesday. For the rest of the week, many of them are closed. I believe that there needs to be a partnership between the state and various other actors to leverage this space for the provision of opportunity for training, skill development, attitudinal enrichment, and so on. The church needs to be more utilized. I agree.
But Professor,
yes,
the church is already utilized, and I know President may be upset we're not going to say this, but majority of the churches in Jamaica is a business. They open 7 days a week and twice on Sundays.
No, no, that is not a true statement. That is
oh, come on, President.
This is exactly the point that the caller earlier was talking about. You cannot speak things that cannot be substantiated. Number one, I remember growing up, I went to a church for basic school. The basic school hosted the church. And a lot of small communities back then was the churches. These people could make a living wage by teaching kids, but everybody in the community send their kids to the church, to basic school, so that children could learn before they could go to primary school. So a lot of churches over the years have done a lot, but here's the deal. When you have light, rent, water, and all of these other expenses, donating your time and volunteering it is not sustainable. Caller, you're live. Go ahead. Caller, you're live. Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to introduce to you the ebook that Dr. Francis and Mr. Rattigan has, and some of the solutions that you're looking for are in that book. So if you can get a copy, study it, and then any questions, you can always get in touch with me.
All right.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate it. Caller, go ahead. You're live.
Good night. Good night to my nice. God bless.
Good night.
I'm gonna ask the question, right? We don't have to answer it. You have to. When a man rob from a child, education, health, and then something, one of the things that happen to him. Because when they rob from the education, that leads to prostitution, gunman, etc., etc. When they rob from health, my grandmother down there when me send me little food from overseas, and my grandma and brother from my neighbor, for them little medication and stuff. Them now get that. Any man will rob from children to get death penalty to go in parent squad. Any man will rob from health. The students to that in Japan and chill like Nimrod in the arena 5 months that Peter in a public sector. Any man do them things there. Some of the Jamaica years ago, I was telling the Jamaica if I come that third and then something to show your bright is. If don't his kids come up here and the bright is in our class. Man, you come with education, he are gonna come with something else, and the man in the advanced on it and rob the people, man. That's it, dead. Without no apology.
Very passionate.
Yeah, man, I stone crusher gang, the dance is stone crusher. When the whole of you, them have gun and know to make money and buy gun. Hurry up, chance. If you're dead, roll, if you're dead. But you want to rob kids and rob kids, so you are going to lead them to do. You give right to them to prostitute, gunman, all type of etc. all type of man evil. You can't, the Bible says you can't call bitter sweet and sweet bitter. Warn to them.
That's true. And I know there's a country in, I think it's Central America or South America, they arrested all the gangs recently, I think.
It's El Salvador, Mr. President.
El Salvador. Carl, appreciate your passion, my brother. Respect, all right?
God bless. You go back to my work. I work today, you know, I tell me for your people to listen to you.
Yeah,
right,
man, yeah, man. Appreciate it. Ratty, yeah, I forgot that one in Ratty. Yeah, the law enforcement man when I say that. So I will not incriminate myself. So go ahead, sir. Them for that are what? Are be arrested.
You're muted.
Unmute yourself in the app.
I said I'm going to do what the government is very good at doing, and that is deflect and distract from the question. But no, I understand the caller's passion, and you know, I share some of the sentiment, not the extreme one, but you know, the caller, we understand what he's saying. You know, we understand what he's saying without having to, you know, threaten anyone or anything like that. But
Jeffrey, is that continue right.
Yeah, but some people could take it that way.
Connecting.
Prof, thank you so much for coming again to visit us on the People's Conference and to deliver a message that is sorely needed. We are indebted to you eternally for your presence and the delivery of the material.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me say good evening to all the listeners, the viewers, the supporters, as well as my colleagues on the panel. Much appreciated. No, I'm not an economist. I'm not an agronomist, none of those things. Not an architect. But there are some basic things that I understand, some basic principles in those disciplines. I won't be able to make money off of them, but just for my own edification, you know, I understand some of the things, and if you use a little common sense, you can make your way through it, and you can pick sense from nonsense. Now, the professor mentioned 5 E's.
Right here, 1 second, sir. Before you go in, this caller is a call from Jamaica where I eat up our credit. Should I let her in? Okay.
Yes,
Caller,
yes.
Ratty, so you can go ahead.
Good night, gentlemen. Good night. Thank you. It's all right. Big up. Thank you for the information and encouragement. And with you, gentlemen, we, I can say to Jamaican people, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Let us just hold faith and be strong. Light at the end of the tunnel. Professor, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Probably one thing you're not going to agree with me, the president. I want to know for the look, number 50. The church is then is not the church now. Church then is not church now. Please look into that. Remember when things go wrong or a little mishap go on, the church will come up strongly and oppose against it and say, this is wrong, no matter what it is. Whether in a court or work related or police, that. But no. With this administration, and I hear zero, I see matter, every sector of this country is corrupt. From the church to Harm's house, nothing less when not corrupt. No, you tell me, of all the things that are happening to the Jamaican people, you never hear a church member of umbrella churches come out and condemn it. People now getting up here. The security officers them in Jamaica were told from last year, the 23rd of September, that we would get with double this and whatever. And until this moment, nothing, you know, the church them say nothing about it. We need an intervention. There is no more church in Jamaica. They don't have the structure and the name, but they are not what they were prayed to be. And as the person said, the church not keep 7 days a week. You have a new church, I mean, where people come from, they keep service 4 times a day, 7 days a week. Right? 4 times per day, 4 different service, 7 days per week. Okay? So guys, me not every time I have as much credit, but from the bottom of my heart, with every breath when me take, I salute you know. And we praise you know, we pray that God continue to bless you know, give you know courage, give you strength to the family. And as I always say to the woman behind you know, sir, Miss Big enough, President, you're doing an excellent job. Big you up, Mr. Francis, big up to each and every one. Money can't pay enough for one another. Even 100 million is still can't pay enough. What you are doing is priceless. God bless you know. We do know there is hope. And as I sit here coming from work, I see the light at the tunnel. It's all the time. Young men, I thank you. I salute you. I lift off my hat to you. Thank you. And for the conference, yeah, with so much professional coming at teach we couldn't pay for. Ratty, big up. We have see there. Thank you. That's all.
Over to you,
Thank
Ratty.
you. Yeah, can everybody hear me now? Can everybody hear me? Because yes, can you hear me? Good. For those of you,
You're kind of low still, but
yeah, because you're very hollow.
yeah,
no.
you might not give it a full feed.
I think your mic is picking up the computer mic, but not that mic.
Yeah, it's not talking out to the mic yet.
No.
Oh, no, man.
You can't hear me to the mic, yeah.
Knock it again. Yeah, no, it not get the right sound. You're on my one sound, me knock it.
So you're picking up the computer mic.
I need a mic. Not forget a mic.
All right, go on. We work with it, man. Everybody be patient with us. We work with it.
You can't hear me now? I'm a song.
Yeah.
You sound like a Waterhouse. Go ahead.
We work with it. We're not getting a true Ratty voice, but we work with it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So it's all right. Life. Anyway, big up to everybody, you know, for joining us and the professor. We big him up already and him acknowledge that. But what I want to say is this. You mentioned 5 E's, right? Education, export, entertainment, economic development, and exploiting the new areas of economy, cyber crimes, etc. First one he mentioned was education. Now, people, you have heard me say, I've said it on a few occasions, and I'm going to start off this little mini speech by saying it again. As a government, if you're planning to take care of your people, for 1 year, you plant rice. If you're planning to do this over a 10-year period, you plant trees. But if you're planning to do this for generations, you plant the seed of education. You educate your people. That is the primary way we're going to get out of these issues where we have. It start right so. Now, we've heard the government talk about GDP to debt ratio. And a whole heap of we don't understand it. But when we hear, oh, the GDP is down and it's the lowest in the region and it's 72 or whatever it is, we say, yeah. And if you ask those people, what does it mean? They can't explain. And if you follow up by saying, what does it mean for you? They can't explain. Let me give them some facts here because we educate people around this corner here, right? Because Mayor Grant to go with the DJ boys. Okay. No, here is the thing. Jamaica says the government says it's 72%, 73%, whatever it is, it's in the 70s. And that is supposed to be good. And he said the economy is sound. No, the GDP, actually what it means, folks, it means the value of goods and services produced by the country compared to the debt, right? How much you produce and how much you pay back what you owe as a government. And that is a marker for economic stability, and it has to do with your repayment ability. How how you can repay the loans them that you take out. No, it doesn't mean that because you have a low GDP rate. In fact, I'll read you something that I just found. It says, while a low debt to GDP ratio is generally desirable, it does not necessarily indicate a healthy economy. Many stagnant or developing economies have a low debt to income ratio because their level of debt and their GDP are low. Jamaica have a low the GDP in the sense that Jamaica doesn't produce a whole lot. Look at the trade deficit. Jamaica and Professor Thompson talked about this. Jamaica exports about 1.something billion and then import most something like 6 billion. There's a deficit of about 5 billion US dollars. So to make them fool, right? It says in some cases, a country's economy could be healthy in the long run if the country were to borrow from another country and invest heavily in economic growth. This would increase the borrowing country's debt to GDP ratio temporarily, but could also grow the economy enough to pay off the debt and continue earning increased profits in the future. Here's what it means now. And follow me, people. Jamaica's GDP to debt ratio is in the 70s, and that's supposed to be good. Now I'm going to give you some countries, and I'm going to give you their GDP to debt ratio. And you tell me if when the Prime Minister jump out and the Minister of Finance jump out and shout out them things there, if it really makes sense. You want to tell me if it really makes sense. Now here we go. Japan. Everybody, I think, listening on this platform will say Japan is a well-run country and that them everything I want fine for them, everything good. You know what Japan debt to GDP ratio is? Remember now, Jamaica is 17 now. Japan's debt to GDP ratio is 262%. 262%. Think about that. And by the way, so if you look at just GDP to debt ratio, Japan is now a whole heap of problems. But guess what happened? Japan had give Jamaica money. It was only last year, then give Jamaica money for buy 30-something vehicles and for 30-something Jeep and five ambulance. We forget that? We forget that. The country will have 262% GDP to debt ratio. Them are get things to the country will have 70-something%. Here's another one for you. Singapore, the gold standard in terms of development. Everybody talk about Singapore. You know what Singapore's GDP to debt ratio is? Remember, Jamaica is 70. Singapore is 160%. Don't take my word for it to go Google it up or go to a library or whatever. This information is readily available. The US, you know what the GDP to debt ratio is 129%. The UK, 97%. Belgium, 104%. India, 89%. France, 112%. Spain, 112%. Canada, 107%. And now let me go to some countries who have low GDP to debt ratio. Azerbaijan, a country where most of it know if we show on a map and say find it, can't find it. Azerbaijan is not an economic power, but their debt GDP to debt ratio is 11.7%. Democratic Republic of Congo, we have all kinds of issues, is 14.6%. Palestine, where all of the problems are right now, Palestine is 18.5%. Turkmenistan, and the reason why we can't talk about the stands because at one point I was in charge of the anti-terrorism efforts in Central Asia. So all of the stands I was responsible for. Pakistan, Turkmenistan, you name the stands. I used to have to sign up on things, right? Palestine 18%, Turkmenistan 8%, Azerbaijan 11%, Congo 14%. So when they tell you this, and remember now, all of them other countries I know, when we just give the low GDP to debt ratio countries, none of them now give Jamaica, are the countries with a high GDP to debt ratio, UK, Canada, China, Japan, all of them countries there. Them are the Jamaica things. So if Jamaica boasts about them low GDP to debt ratio, them should not take nothing from them countries, yeah. Them should have look for give Canada, give the UK, give US, give them things. That's what them should have done. But you see, when I try telling them people is that there is education and there's miseducation. And we have been miseducated for a very long time. But things have come up to bump. Because no longer do we accept these, just flowing words like a string of pearls. Nice to look at, but we can't afford them. No longer will we accept that pie in the sky thing. Next year, next election, we not accept that anymore. No, we start actually take politicians at their words, and we have to do the research, and we have pick sense from nonsense. Because this idea about low GDP to debt ratio is foolishness. It's foolishness, because here's what happened. And the professor can correct me because I'm a dunce when it comes to economics. But I have a little bit of common sense that I try to apply to this. If you going to have a low GDP debt ratio, and you're not producing anything, you know what that means? That means we have to strangle the hell out of our people. We are going to strangle the hell out of them, because what we are trying to do is show the world that we can pay our debts, but we're not producing enough. So what that means? You hear them say, no new taxes. What they never tell you is this slogan: more increase on the existing taxes. Them don't tell you that the taxes that them have in place now, them have to increase that. Them say no new taxes, and people go, yeah. But then no stop and think and say to themselves, then how come when nobody supermarket can't with 13,000 could I buy last year, can't buy now? That's a part of the calculation, inflation, right? They don't tell you about that. In fact, the Prime Minister said, let me see where him say that. Him said, when he make a speech, I think it was this week. Yes, this week at the business conference that just concluded in Montego Bay. And him said, yeah, we have to do something about it, but we have our unemployment rate is the lowest it's ever been in the history of Jamaica, 4.2%. And him said some people complain about it, saying that it's minimum wage jobs, but him said, wouldn't it be better, wouldn't feel better if I have jobs than no jobs? So that is the option you have, That is the option. You see how simple-minded. Instead of them recruit somebody like Professor, with today and say, listen, help us to figure this thing out as a country. Forget about partisanship. Let's figure this thing out. Instead of them do that, them give the option to say, it's either you have no jobs or you have what we call growthless jobs. So you have more people working, and at the same time, you have more people in poverty. Poverty is increasing. You have more people that go to bed with after a war about. In fact, there's a statistic I saw recently that says almost 2/3 of Jamaicans, them go to them bed hungry or with a belly full of empty calories. We not eat properly. And isn't it interesting that the marketing genius who's in charge of health, a lady that's affiliated with him got a contract, and I think it's called Market Me, something like that. I'm gonna correct me if I'm wrong. A Market Me name, Jeffery?
Market Mead.
Yeah. And him have a degree in a marketing.
Yes.
And her thing is called Market Me. And them tell Jamaicans how to exercise and eat. Meanwhile, the poor people can't afford to eat that way there. Cannot afford to eat that way there. So this idea, people, we need to rubbish it when they tell you about GDP. In fact, a friend of mine who's an economist explained it to me, and he said, listen, the same deal that Jamaica has with the IMF, He said the same deal was offered to loan repayment to Barbados, and Barbados said, no, we're not going to take that high repayment schedule. We're going to take a low repayment schedule and take some of the money and invest in our people and invest in industries. First people, then industries. That is how a leader must think. But our ship called Jamaica is a rudderless ship. It go hard, it doesn't go with the tide, it doesn't go anywhere. Nobody, people don't have any clue as to where it's going next. It does a rock and roll with the tide. And that is not good, people. That is not good. So I just want to thank the professor again for coming on, although we're not leave right now, but it warms my heart to know that we have people who are willing, like the professor, to come forward and explain these things in terms that we understand, because one of the things we suffer from in Jamaica is misunderstanding because of miseducation. So when them come and them tell you one thing, but them don't give you the full story. The full story you get around here, because if you notice, we talk about where the prime minister and what the government said, and then we dissect it and provide you with invaluable information so that now you can be uninformed. You can be informed. And when you go sit down at the bar, you sit down with your friend and you hear the nonsense attack, you can correct them. Each one, we hope, will teach one. President, over to you, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Professor. You can
Yes,
respond.
I'll respond quickly and to indicate that I have to leave at 9, so I would ask your permission to excuse me. So 2 things I would say. Yes, indeed. Rattigan, the analysis has to take account of the fact that a pauper, a beggar, probably doesn't have a debt. All right, so he might have 0 debt to his income, and you've highlighted the story of many of these countries which have single digits, low teens of debt to their GDP, but they're not attract. And the reason they don't have they don't have a debt is that people are not lenders, investors are not willing to do business with them, so that they don't accumulate. But everybody wants to invest in Europe and China. But the question of the size of your debt to your GDP has to be weighed in the context of your productivity. So if Jamaica becomes a more productive country, then it could carry a higher debt. So the current level of double digits in the tens, 90s, again down now to the 70s, the current level is a reflection of the extent to which we are attracting investments. We are able to use the other man's money to develop the economy, because what would be a smart thing to do is to increase the debt and use the proceeds from those loans to strengthen the foundations of the economy, to provide schools with better resources, to employ skills that will help to ensure that more children turn out well and therefore are able to produce goods and services which create employment, generate taxes to meet the debt obligation. So until you have raised your productivity level, it is the safer bet to keep your debt low. But I agree with you that the trajectory has to be to look for those developmental opportunities to undertake expansion of your economy, in the process increasing debt, which with down the road potential for increasing income.
Let me ask you a question, Prof.
Yes.
Based on the travels and studies, what model would you suggest for Jamaica in its present condition right now, and why?
Okay, that's a pretty tough question. There's no single model that I would suggest, but there are three probable mixes that I would recommend. The first model, the base of it, is a Cuban model, which targets universal access to all essential services, as including education. Cuba has some of the best doctors, the best pharmacists, the best surgeons, the best nurses, the best agricultural technologists and veterinarians and so on. So the Cuban model of universal access is what I would propose as one component. The second element I would propose, which is pretty similar to Cuba's anyway, is the Finnish model, which gives Finland's model, which gives places a high premium on capital investment, but regulated by the state. So capitalists are not free to run and roam, charge rates that are out of line with reasonableness, and then pay workers low. So I would recommend that model. By the way, Cuba would be pursuing that model had it not been for the U.S. embargo. All right, but notwithstanding the embargo, they are producing that. They are producing some of the best health outcomes and educational outcomes and levels of productivity. So it's Cuba, Finland, secondly, and the third model I would propose is what I call the Danish model, or the Belgium model, both of which are similar, which ensures that every person who is pursuing tertiary education is also being compensated, is being paid in the process. So educational pursuits become attractive because they carry incentives, all right? In an era, and by the way, Belgium and Denmark have been doing this for decades, all right? But Denmark is now backsliding, by the way. So let me qualify that. The Danish model of which I speak is pre the right-wing government that is now in Denmark, all right? And because the current right-wing government is cutting support and subsidy to tertiary education, all right? But pre this right-wing government, the Danish and Belgian model was to ensure that everybody has access to education. That model of which I speak, those three models, is the Michael Manley model of 1972 to 1979. Those three together.
Yeah, I was about to say something like that just before you jump in, because I was going to say that what you have is one is a communist country and two of them are democratic socialists.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if there's any connection to a political system to an economic model. Can you separate them?
No, because your political system is your policy framework, which defines your economic model. So in Finland, for example, they promote a intersection of labor, capital, and public policy, government, all right? And they ensure that the most favorable environment is provided for businesses to expand and flourish, but that the revenues, the profits they make are appropriately shared among the owners of capital, the state, and workers. So workers not only receive a wage an income rather, that is treated as part of the operating expense of businesses. But after profit has been declared, workers have a second opportunity. And the whole business of worker-owned, worker-driven businesses, as was being promoted in the 70s in Jamaica, is very strong in places like Finland and Denmark.
Look, I know you have to go, and I know the other panelists, they wanna get in, and I know there are some callers, but I just want to ask you one quick question.
Yes.
As far as the Finnish model is concerned, when I said Finnish, I was about to say to you, you have to say it's Finland, because some people might say Finnish, you know, like complete. Yes. But anyway, the Finnish model, you said that it is a premium place, premium on capital investment regulated by the state.
Correct.
Now, how is that? Where is the possibility of that in Jamaica? Because as we know, PSOJ, they wield a tremendous amount of power. In fact, some people tell you that they are the government because they dictate to the government how certain policies should be developed, how certain policies should be implemented, because at the end of the day, they're the ones who sponsor the party on election time. How do you get around that in Jamaica?
Yeah, that's a big ask, and you're right. Well, let me say I agree with you. It is also my analysis and observation that the PSOJ is in power and Honest administration is in office, and they hold office at the behest of these people who are in power, and they do their bidding. I would want to share with you that there are a couple of people in the PSOJ with whom I have regular fights about their silence and about their might I say, unwillingness to put the country's good above their own personal profit expectations, and they're very straight up with it. I mean, they make apologies about it. But if you and I or the guy down the road does something wrong, they're ready to jump on him and talk about law and order and what's good for the country and all that kind of thing. But so getting around it is going to require a leader, a political leader who is unafraid to challenge their dominance. It's going to require a political leader who has a power base that is sustainable among ordinary voters. It's going to require a political leader who regards Jamaica and the majority of Jamaicans, not just the rich minority, as his or her bosses, right? We saw Manley in the 70s standing up to the powers and was taken down, including with help from the United States. So we're going to need a leader who is able to navigate the diplomatic frontiers, but also which involves building alliances with the South. So we have the BRICS emerging as a dominant world force. A Jamaican leader who is going to challenge the current power structures, the current stranglehold at the PSOJ, or might I say private capital. Let me correct that to say private capital. To correct this, the stranglehold that they have. That political leader has to be somebody who is willing to enter relationships with the modern Chavezes and the modern Fidel Castros that are located in the new tier of economic leadership. There's a plausible case being made that one of the reasons Gaddafi was assassinated was that he was emerging as a threat to the economic model of the West, and they had to get rid of him. All right, because you can't find what crimes did Gaddafi really commit. All right, the suggestions that he was behind the World Trade Tower, have not been sustained. All right. So what it would require, to answer your question again, Mr. Rattigan, is a leader who has 4 qualities, I would suggest. 1, the quality of a certain independence of mind, and who does not owe debts, political debts to the powerful. Secondly, is willing to stand up to the traditional power of the West, which is the United States, and to neutralize that power by building alliances across the South-South cooperation. And fourthly, who is able to command the respect of the ordinary Jamaicans who will be willing to provide that support for a time in office to allow for the transformation of the economy.
Professor Canute, before you leave, I know you have to run, but I have a caller who has been waiting so long.
Yes.
Caller, go ahead. You're live with the professor.
Good, quick question, Professor. The recent cancellation by the U.S. President of student loan debts, and what long-term effect do you think that's going to have? And if Jamaica was to cancel the student loan debts for university students, what impact would that have on our economy? Thank you.
Okay.
Take your hands off your
Excellent point. Yes, I think for the U.S., what it really means is that many of those youngsters who are carrying this albatross around their necks will be able to, and hopefully will be smart enough to use the space they have in their income, in their disposable income, to undertake investments rather than to buy expensive cars and condos. That they will see it as an opportunity to create their own economy. So it really is a strategy to build out and restore the middle class by allowing them to create jobs and through setting up businesses. It will have a similar effect here, I think, where these youngsters who are carrying this debt can now repurpose that $70,000 or $100,000, or in the case of medical students, $200,000 for other productive purposes. But it will require, as a quintessential component of any forgiving of debt, it will require a prior reacculturation, because Jamaicans love bling. They love bling. So if a guy knows that his debt is forgiven, all right, he's a new car and buys a new set of expensive clothing. So it needs a prior mindset change. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Gentlemen, the professor have to run. Jeffrey, any final quick thoughts? Dr. Rupert, and then Ratty will have the last word with the Pro.
My thing to Professor is that Professor has enlightened us tonight. And I'm pretty much sure Jamaicans abroad and in Jamaica who's been listening to both Regent Rattigan program and the Mequitalk program, because we're simulcast right now, has learned a lot from you, sir. And I hope you won't be a stranger to neither the Mequitalk program nor Regent Rattigan program to come and tell us some more of what is going on and what you think can be done to assist this great nation of ours.
It will be my pleasure so to do, sir. Count on me.
You.
Mr. Professor, it's as I said that before, it's a breath of fresh air to be able to listen to you and your thought processes. I know it's going to be difficult. I do believe there are a number of persons in the PSOJ who are broad-thinking people, and some of them have made expressions to that. I understand it's going to be a difficult process, or in some cases, but I do believe that if we are to go forward as a nation, we have to come to grips with the issues and the concerns of the young people like you and myself, who came from very humble roots, and give them an opportunity to move forward. And everybody on this platform, exactly, except Jeff, I guess. Remember Jeff? Anyway, that's another matter. But I want to mess with Jeff, you know. But the point I'm trying to make is, though, opportunity knocks. And I really thank you for coming on today and making us more. So we'll have more discussions about it. and how we can get to that place. And I hope and pray that we will get it, because the young people, if we don't do that, in 10 years' time, we won't recognize Jamaica.
Yes, okay. The creation of opportunity is going to be a key strategy for pulling Jamaica out of poverty.
Absolutely, absolutely. We look forward to hearing more from you very, very soon, and we will definitely. I mean, well, Rat, we're not letting you go. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Doc. I know you have to go. I won't take up any more of your time, except to say thank you very much for coming on and making us smarter. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
Every blessing. Thank you, indeed. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Professor Canute. And we'll talk soon. Big up yourself. And as you said, we'll form that alliance and we'll get you the support that you need. And the diaspora is ready, willing, and able to support our country. And we're so happy and pleased that you have that mind to contribute and grow our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. It's been a pleasure.
Real diaspora.
You up in honor and gratitude. Thank you.
All right. And now, where do we get your book? And by the way, don't forget to give to the OLJ. What's wrong with all of you? We need money, and we need to buy the book. We need to buy his book.
Well, when I come to visit you face to face, I'll walk with a couple of copies so that you could purchase. So I really look forward to a face to face meeting with you.
Absolutely.
Yes.
One love. Thank you.
All right. Good.
Thank you, Professor. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're coming down to your time. We're going to open up the phone lines. We just have a few more minutes. I know we're past our bedtime, but Dr. Rupert been sleeping half the night supporting. But we no, I'm sleeping, like Ratty. I say him stay so. Now moving on. I would be booking. I would be booking if I was sleeping, because if I'm me,
Mr. President,
but you're well trained, Doc.
Mr. President, all I want you to do is to tell him about the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund. Right? We cannot do this. We cannot meet with the professor. We cannot do it. We cannot do it without funds, ladies and gentlemen. This is church this time. Right? I know pastors know how to ask for money. All right, so don't run from it, Mr. President. We need it, and we need to. And we know that you're going to send in a group to Jamaica in another week time to go do a mission down there. You understand me and all that sort of thing. And believe you me, today I help you out, and I'm going to tell you how. You'll find out. The fact of the matter, though, is that the One Jamaica Legal Defense, you see, Ratty, every time we talk about money, Ratty look away now. Because him not like hear the money, him like, want to see, but him not like it, him not going to talk about it. But listen to it, we need it. We're talking about Canada, we're talking about UK, we're talking about all this. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you this, one quick one. The people, what we are doing right now, there are people out there trembling on their shoes. They are trembling because they never expected this sort of reception to this parallel conference, they call it. Not parallel. This is the conference. Because we're telling you, you know how many calls we have gotten because of this? Thousands of people are watching everywhere. You, ladies and gentlemen, we just need for Jamaica to move forward, not backward. And to stop the trick-yard tricks. Let's move on. Thank you, Mr. President, and everybody else.
You know, Mr. President, before you go, I want to say this, that I don't know Mr. Rattigan heard about it. Jamaica's Deputy Commissioner of Police is calling on the hierarchy of the government to have dialogue with the diaspora, the de facto diaspora, to help see if they can solve the crime and to, according to him, to stem the gun flow from the United States to Jamaica. That's what he said at the conference a couple of days ago. And I said to myself, I wonder who they're talking. It couldn't be the same people that his minister, his goodly minister, according to the Minister of National Insecurity, Dr. Harris Chan, said that send your money, come, but we don't want you down here. We only can accommodate you if you want to give a speech. But to solve crime, we have capable people down here in khaki uniform who can solve Jamaica's crime problem. Did you hear that one, Mr. Rattigan?
No, but thanks for mentioning it. We'll see what becomes of it.
Is Mr. President friend? Is Mr. President friend? Not true, Mr. President. Is your brethren?
I got some very interesting information about some things, but I can't say nothing. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. There's some very interesting things happening. For those of you who've been asking about the great Herb tea, Herb is not here tonight, but he sent his love.
Yeah. You come back, Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah, yes. So I took care of it, Jeffrey. So Herb is not here tonight, but we just want to send our love and respect to him and his family. I mean, this guy is a rock star, man. He's been working round the clock, nonstop. Not that Dr. Francis hasn't been working, but at least he gets to sleep on the program. But Herb, while the program is going on, Herb is researching, and Herb is still, I mean, the guy never stops. I mean, when you have a rock star, you just have a rock star. So I want to big up Herb T in his absence. All right, but I just want to thank all of you for coming out to day 5. And you see me make sure put time a nice suit for you. And for those of you who are asking what's on my cup, let me bring it back already. Ush.
Hold on there, Mr. President. That's a hell of a gobbler, man. That's a cup.
Hey, let me tell you something. When you have a cup of mint tea, the mint tea nice, the mint tea nice, the mint tea nice. So,
President, I have a radio personality that I started out of Jamaica who would like to make a comment. I'll just hold the phone up so that I can hear him. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Mr. Rattigan and the team. How are you guys doing?
We're great.
Very good.
Good.
I gathered the interview that I did with you on my program yesterday have been creating quite a bit of stir because you continue to double down and call for accountability and so on. By the way, my name is Conrad Bryan of News Talk 93 FM. And indeed, that's pretty much what's trending. But my reason for calling in this afternoon or tonight is to just say 2 things. One, listen to a professor from the August University of the West Indies, and he made some very critical point. But as it relates to the debt to GDP ratio, one that people like Rostenheim and myself, we have been pushing and we have been saying to the Jamaican people that what happened, the press for the lower of the debt to GDP ratio in a very indecent is simply to get some kind of bragging right by the present Minister of Finance. That is the sum total of it. And I buttress the point by saying this. When you look in the region, whether you want to go from the United States to the Caribbean, Latin America, and so on, when you look at it, the one country that has the lowest debt to GDP ratio is Haiti. They are 20%, and they are the worst in the entire pact as it relates to economic development. So this argument about lowering debt or rapidly paying off debt to GDP, it is indeed a fallacy. The other thing that I want to weigh in on quickly is a comment that Mr. Tavares just made. And I must highlight that what Jeffery said is not quite in that context, and it wasn't said in any good, it wasn't said to be any praise for you guys who are basically batting for Jamaica. The argument, and it is being carried by a radio station in Jamaica, that what you guys should be doing is not been having these kind of protests to highlight the ills of Jamaica, but to use the energy to reach out to the United States government to tell them, to lobby them, to do things to stop the flow of guns into Jamaica. That is the sum total of what the Deputy Commissioner and a particular radio station in Jamaica. Basically, that's the agenda that they are carrying.
But Conrad.
Don't be excited about that at all.
Conrad, that is the duty of the Jamaican ambassador to Washington.
I'm not hearing the person very well.
No, he says, no, Mr. Tavares was saying that's the duty of the Jamaican ambassador who resides in Washington, that she should be the one doing that.
Absolutely. I see it fit to basically correct to put the thing in context, because this argument is really a tongue-in-cheek and a sort of hypocritical kind of argument to say, listen, what you guys are doing, you're embarrassing the name of Jamaica, and what you should do is to find something better to do with your time by lobbying the United States government to find a way to stop the flow of guns into Jamaica. So I just want to put those two things on the thing.
All right, thank you, sir.
I want to say.
Ratty,
Yes, sir.
You are one of the most popular name right here in Jamaica, and I can tell you that the people are grateful for what you're doing. Indeed, you highlighted something yesterday as well, the healthcare situation, and today there was another publication that 70 billion with a B dollars cannot be properly accounted for, that's spent through the Ministry of Health. And against that background, you have babies dying in Maypen Hospital because there's no ventilation available. You have a lady from Trelawney, a small businesswoman, a restaurateur. She died a few days ago because there was no ambulance to transport her. A sitting councillor in the Moran Bay Municipal Corporation, Washi, is popular called. He died because there was no ambulance to take him from St. Thomas into Kingston, and he had to be transported via his private motor car. A nurse was not allowed to go with him. He died en route to the Kingston Public Hospital, to Kingston, to seek health care. So these are some of the things that we're grappling. So a lot of people here in Jamaica are indeed happy. And as I said to you yesterday on Radio Rattigan, is that, the people are happy because they're saying that somewhat you're insulated from the Jamaican society, because a lot of people would want to come out and speak in a much more forceful way. I know that I am running a risk, but the theme is primarily who participated in my program and who called me out here. They said they have covered me every day under their prayers, because indeed Jamaica is at a place that more and more people need to speak out. It was really refreshing as well that Professor Canute Thompson, great soldier out of Manchester, right, was able to come on and speak in a very forceful way. It's a pity, Ratty, that you guys did not engage or didn't get the opportunity to engage another stalwart who speaks truth to power again, Ralston Hyman. He is financial commentator and economics, the guru of the Caribbean.
He doesn't come on local people station like this,
Can reach out and I'll have him,
All right.
the program.
All right, fireman. No call about my battery are dead, but yeah, we have a reach out and we'll talk.
No problem.
All right, my brother. Take care. All right. Now, let me just say something about fireman just said, and I'm glad he put it in context when he said that them really, I say, in a facetious way, I say, hey, you're not idiot, we're not supposed to is that they must say, hey, we don't need to work on this problem now with the gun coming to Jamaica before, you know, we can't talk to them and things like that. Now, let me just say something and follow up on what Jeffery just said. We have an ambassador to the United States from Jamaica. Her name is Ambassador Audrey Marks. We have 2 consuls general who assist her in her portfolio. One of them is Mr. Mir, and another them is Alcian, in Miami and in New York. Where them are though? Where them are though? That's a for them job. That is their job to represent the country of Jamaica before the United States. So if there are issues with weapons being transported illegally to Jamaica, illegal weapons are, or whatever you want to phrase it, illegal weapons being transported or weapons being transported illegally, that's their, by the way, big up yourself, Carolyn. That's their job to address that. But here is a key thing that we need to look at. Our ambassador is useless in terms of fighting for the people of Jamaica and fighting for the issues for Jamaica with the United States. Here is a key example. You remember in January when the United States put out the enhanced travel advisory, primarily for health reasons, saying that Americans should be careful about coming to Jamaica because of the health situation in Jamaica. And then it just so happened that the Dirty 30, we had our protest in Miami, and right after that, it was right after that that the US government enhanced the travel advisory, right? And then what did she say? She said, we caused it. And then she went out and she said, oh, she's having meetings with State Department. And that failed. And then she said, okay, she's essentially deputizing the diaspora to our lobbying, having the diaspora lobby the State Department and the US government about the threat advisory. Guess what happened, folks? That threat advisory came out in January. And to show you how useless our ambassador is, here we are in June. Nothing has been done, despite our fancy speeches and carry on. Because you know why? Them don't respect her. They do not respect her. And when them don't respect you, them just ignore you. You can have all the meetings. They'll entertain you. You know, when you say we want to have a meeting, they'll say fine, no, sure, no problem. And they'll have the meeting with you because that's called diplomatic courtesy. Them can't tell us that no, them don't want the meeting with you if you're ambassador. They'll have the meeting with you and they'll listen to you, and then them just walk away from the meeting. And because before, and I can't people believe when I tell you, I know how this sausage is made because I've made this sausage. Before that meeting took place, they already know the US government, they know the issues, they know the players, and they know what their position is, and they're not bending on the position. So what happened is that it's just a formality that they'll just entertain and just say, okay, all right, fine, we'll have the meeting. So then she can have a little bit of press by saying, oh, I met with the State Department today, and I met with this, and I met with that. But this lady is useless. Useless. Nothing has been done since January, and nobody's looking at that. I say, oh, come our you know, prima donna, our ambassador, how come she can't get things done? She can't get things done because she don't have the credentials. She don't have it. She don't know how to, you know, wax and wane. She don't know how to bob and weave. She don't know how to roll the punches. Because people, let me tell you something. In order to deal with the United States, it's a task. You have to have some skills to do them things, right? And she don't have it. Frankly speaking, she don't have it. No. And then the CGs, them worse. Because if she don't have it, them don't have it. Nothing gets done, right? No disrespect to Oliver. Oliver is a decent man, well-loved man down in the Miami area. Him go all of the christenings, the funerals, the graduation.
It's hard working.
People know him and them love him down there, but there's very little he can do from Miami to really deal with the US government. No, I think it would be a smart choice if they had put him in place of the ambassador and make the ambassador become the CG down in Miami, right? But that's not going to happen for a whole bunch of reasons. The CG up in New York. Now, if you talk about a diplomatic dunce, She is. And we don't want to punches runner, so we call her spade a spade. She's a diplomatic dunce. She has no idea what she's doing. None whatsoever. And people in New York, truth be told, they will tell you that she has no idea what she's doing. Second thing is, so they're the ones who are supposed to be dealing with the U.S. government about this problem with the guns. Now, second thing is this: do not forget that the Jamaican Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Michael Andrew Holness, he was here last. Yes, doctor. No, he was here last December or last. No, he was here this year. To do what? To talk about no, it was last December, I believe. He was here with Minister Camilla Johnson Smith. And he was here to do what? Talk about this guns coming to Jamaica. And the year before that, he was here with the former Commissioner of Police.
Yes.
And what was the purpose? To come and talk about guns. No, if them can't do it, them will leave the country, you know. Them can't do it, but they will look at me and Jeffery and say, we must do it. And dunce. Them can't do it. The Prime Minister, the Police Commissioner, the Minister of National Security, he didn't travel, so I don't know what's going on there with him, but he didn't travel. But the Prime Minister came 2 years in a row and he made it public that I'm here to, in fact, when he came with the Police Commissioner, he said, I'm coming here with names of dons in the United States shipping guns.
A list of names.
Yeah. And we don't hear not more about it. People that are the 9-day wonder. When them say them things that we don't follow. That's the 9-day wonder. But we are follow up right now. We are follow up. So the Prime Minister can't do it. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade can't do it. Police Commissioner can't do it. Ambassador can't do it. Consuls General can't do it. And here, who else can't do it? Kevin Jr., a man appointed by the Jamaican government in charge of the citizen safety sector. Him and the man with them appointed and said, you in charge of them things, and them issues are dealing with crime and security and things. You are our representative. Them claims that the diaspora representative, but the diaspora never select him or elect him. And the government of Jamaica do it. We don't see nothing from him. No, remember, we give five set of people already now. 5 people or 5 people who supposed to have to support it and can't get it done. Now here's another idiot, Kevin Jr. Right? Him no tell me. I want anybody in the diaspora. I challenge anyone to tell me about a report when do that came from the diaspora. His interaction with the diaspora regarding weapons being transported to Jamaica. I want him to tell me one report him do that. Uno see. Just one report. That's number 6. Number 7, the bogus Global Jamaica Diaspora Council representatives. Michelle Tolonil, one lady out of California, I don't remember her name. And a man down out of the southeast. What name? Graves? Peter? We don't know my name.
Peter Graves.
Peter Gracie. Peter Gracie.
Gracie, oh, things are Gracie. Yeah.
That's what I said.
I want to hear you out. No, all them people, you know, them represent them 3 people represent all our way. All of the Jamaican diaspora members who live in America. And we're over 1 million strong. What am I doing? What them I do? So they want we know to go put on gun and badge and go conduct investigation. And what's next? What is next? To lock up people or turn informant? What is next? What is next? No, see, Dr. Francis offered them an alternative. He said, look, let's sit down, let's discuss the issues, and let's come up with a plausible, workable plan that we can deal with all of these crime and violence issues. And what did they do? Then kick him in a pants body. Then kick him. Them say, we don't want, we don't. Them tell them, say, go ahead. Them say we don't want to hear nothing from you. Them say you can take money and you can come and give a speech. But them say, Dr. Francis, we don't want to have nothing to do with you. But folks, I've given you what, 6 or 7 people where them should have talked to. And I said, we don't need to step up on the game and get this thing going with these shipping companies. Because most of the weapons that come to Jamaica, them come by a ship, right? So,
and that is the issue, right? Because the ports of entry, they when you talk about how things get in the country, there is literally little or no proper screening that takes place at the wharf. And yes, them dig up couple barrels, but I mean, they're gonna say it's not feasible to search everything we are coming. But a lot of it also is coming in through corruption, because the first thing they need to do is rid the port of entry of these corrupt personnel, because a man can grease a man palm and say, yo, may I come down with a container and you hear me see your 2,000 US there lock off already. Just make sure when you come, you make them boy fan it off, and whatever is in it come in. So the corruption must be addressed, and Jamaica alone can deal with the corruption of the port.
Mr. President,
oh boy,
you know who control the port?
The Chinese.
The Chinese. The Chinese. Me don't talk. Jeffery, go on.
So if the Chinese control the port, how on earth can they be saying that the group, because on Saturday last, you know, I heard that person on the other side saying, stop bringing in the guns, stop just sending the guns to Jamaica. And I'm like, what a bunch of idiots.
No,
hold on for me, Dr. Francis. The Jamaican government appointed someone to be ambassador from Jamaica to Washington. It is her sole duty to do something about that. Also, there is, I remember at one point there was a problem with some people were sending stuff to Jamaica, where the stuff went to Jamaica and they can't find it or whatever. And I spoke to a lady on my program who owned.
Jeffrey, we lost your audio. We lost your audio, Jeffrey. But
I get to understand.
If the Chinese them own the port, the Chinese not search on barrels. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Yes, I get to understand that when people pick up barrels to send off to Jamaica, them up here hardly search anything. So when it goes down to Jamaica, is them supposed to do something about it down there? And anybody come for the barrel, lock them up.
Listen to me now, man. Let me tell you something.
But they're not doing it. They're not doing it because look at this. How many pipe bombs come into the country? You know anything more about the container pipe bombs?
Listen, Jeffrey.
Not one thing about the pipe bombs anymore. Because what? There is no security in the country. We have a twiddly dumb Minister of National Insecurity that needs to go.
You know, listen, you know what? Can I say this? I think I wouldn't even waste any more breath on this, because this is absolutely ridiculous. We are not in government. We are not responsible for what is coming into this country. We are private individuals. Okay? Let us get it quite clear. That police gentleman who got up and said that, they should fire him. Because as far as I'm concerned, they are doing absolutely nothing. The gangs in the country run by certain individuals and groups are the reason why the guns are here. If we do El Salvador and them, it will not exist. It will not exist. Okay? So let us not fool nobody. Tom drunk, but Tom not fool. These people think we are jokers. Right? They are in the police. They're the ones wearing the suit. They're the ones making the money. They're the ones doing it. And then they want us to turn it around. Come on, give me a break. They need a new voice. They need a new way of getting rid of these people so that they don't talk no more foolishness.
And you know what agree with me. The worst thing about it is this. Nobody in the diaspora no go in a body yard when I'm a pack them barrel.
Exactly.
You see, it's a madness there. You see that? The madness there, I mean, I like get Bringle, no, because when I get Bringle, I talk rough patois. But listen, you see that foolishness there, like say, me, we live here, so I go a next man yard with a pack him barrel or a pack him trailer, like me know him a pack. Or me if you know him on a pack. What me can do with a man when me don't even know. What me can do, go talk with the people them, oh, you guys want something to do in the diaspora? Stop the guys them from selling down the gun. That's what you guys should do. How on earth me, when you know the man there, we have do a theme thing, a pack theme barrel, or a pack theme container, or a lock off thing, or a do it, however I'm do it. We don't know them do it. How me on earth know to have the power and the capacity and the knowledge and the know-how.
Yes.
Figure out man yard. If even know some pack a barrel. Much as we know him put in it. You see, say foolishness that it's just an argument in my use because I don't like what we do. You don't realize that. That's why you don't follow up the argument there. Don't follow up the argument there. Because you're blown the rat hole with them. Go talk about, oh yeah, we don't know enough about gun, I don't know do it. And foolishness, it's already in it. It's literally foolishness. Because they don't have no substance. Them can't talk about the corruption. Them can't address the issue of the port because many of them themselves are bringing things. They themselves notice this though. You may ask a question the other day. Me say, the people when me know live at Jackson, the rich people when me know at Jamaica, you ever see none of them down there song for hours away from barrel for clear? You ever see no, like, you see, is that foolishness there? Me say, I trick the people, and the people not see it. Because you're not going to see no man at Jackson down there wait hours in a sun and in a car just to get one package that come in. Virgin a white glove service, untouched. Show up and gate. When night.
Right.
But not only that, Prezi. When we have a port that's not owned by the government and people of Jamaica, only say something fundamentally wrong. The people that don't own the port, they can bring anything they want to bring in, but listen to them,
The Chinese.
We are faced with a problem in this country. Go ahead, Mr. Rattigan.
One second, Rattigan. Before you address that. Regarding the port, here's where the reality of the matter would be. Privatization, if you have many countries where a private person can run the operations of a port. So that is not new and it's not strange. And the government not have to own like the running and the operations. But as it relates to the officers and the enforcement and as it relates to the, what you call those people who are there?
Custom officers?
Custom officers, right? That's a government job. That's a government responsibility. But as it relates to the operation, make sure the crane them work, make sure say it's drenched properly, make sure that all the other functionalities of a port and then the fees where you charge for the ships that come in and all of that, that can be a private entity. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the government have to own the port, quote unquote, but what it means as it relates to the security of the things, it is the government's responsibility to ensure that their officers are free from corruption, because again, and then also to make sure that the people who are contracted to run the port or who have the license to run the port, these people have the right screening equipment. Because if you have a modern equipment we can scan something and pick up certain objects, you basically allow anything to come in. And well, I guess that's what
I'm glad you said that because former Ambassador Curtis Ward on my program at one point, sometime how many years ago, said that he, if I remember correctly, gave them a paperwork for a scanning machine for them to scan so they come to the wharf. If they buy it, we don't know. They did nothing about it. So they're talking about we must do so, we must stop some from coming over here to Jamaica. How on earth can we stop that? Rattigan, go ahead.
Gentlemen, the government cannot absolve itself from the responsibility of our security and the port. This is a big red herring. Okay, if you know, and anybody who has this foolishness, right? You can, if you can want, you can stop it, and you know where the guns are going. They know, and they know where the guns are going. So you know that's 2 out of 3. And the last one is this. You must have a reason why you do not want to curtail crime and violence in a country. You must have, and somebody has an agenda. That's how I see it.
Here's the thing. It is a distraction. It is a red herring, but it is a red herring that we need to pursue. And here's why I said we pursue it. Because when they say these things, the people who are unaware of what's going on, they accept this as gospel and then they regurgitate it and then say, yeah, what am I gonna? So when they say to them, say, listen, I don't know when I'm on a parking bar where I'm put night, I don't even know the man. So when you ask me, say you must help to stop it. I don't know what you're talking about. That's one. 2, you have an ambassador. That's her job. Make sure liaise with the FBI, ATF, HSI, and the other pertinent law enforcement agencies in America to deal with that. You have 2 CGs, one in Miami, one in New York. Make them do that, right? In fact,
we have one in Atlanta too.
Yeah, in fact, here's another 9-day one about we didn't talk about. I think it was last year, January, they had some kind of function in New York. And the NYPD promised to help Jamaica with the gun situation and drugs. I'm going to say, guns we understand, but drugs not coming from New York to Jamaica. Guns going from, not guns, drugs. Drugs not going from New York to Jamaica. Drugs going from Jamaica to New York. But guns, we understand that. We don't hear not more about that assistance. Not more. So we have the police where they're supposed to ask the police, them say, hey, we don't promise we know. What not do? We don't hear nothing about that. Then we have Mr. Kevin Jr. in Canada, who's a sector person for safety and security. We don't hear nothing from him. Then we have the 3 stooges. We have one out in California, one in the Northeast, and one in the Southeast. And they're supposed to be doing all of this stuff. We don't hear nothing from them, right? So you're talking about 8 different people. So here's why it makes sense now for us to go down the hole with them. To tell people, say, listen, anytime you hear the argument again, just ask them about them 7 people here. Ask them about them 7 people here and say, instead of asking the diaspora, we are paid people not to do them things in America. These are paid public servants in America. Why don't we call on them? Why don't we say, Ambassador Altomax, what are you doing? We're not getting a report from her. Mr. Kevin Jr., what are you doing? When are your them people let them for ask about it? Another thing is that going the other way now, borders with the border security, Jamaica is one big open border. Jamaica one big open land. One big open land, Jamaica. No fence, no dead, no barbed wire fence, no kind of boat fence.
One big fat mama.
One big open land. Because when you have a plane with 200 and something people are coming, I want to know set are coming. I want to make it land. I want to make the people come out and go in the country. I want to contribute to the problem too. When you are playing a land, off of the coast of Clarendon, when you are playing a land in a St. Elizabeth, and then that is what them tell you about, you know.
And a St. Mary.
Yeah, that's what them tell you.
Ratty, there's one more. Most of the houses them on the coast and on the water, I understand, is being purchased by foreigners. The houses that not have the waterfront. So you can imagine what is going on. This is the man. This is a conspiracy against the Jamaican people, and they know exactly how to go. And let me tell you something. Look at who get awards at them conference that day, and you'll see what is happening. I'm not saying anything more. It is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And them things are full.
And then you go again, and you look and you say, but hold on, who control the port? The airport run by the Mexican, the port run by the Chinese, and then what them do the other day? They make the people who's supposed to find the gun, and they make them redundant. They make them redundant out of the port. So now, who are going to look for the gun them now? We're not the scanner, them don't know what scanner them are.
Let me just address something.
You know what happened? Me even go as far years ago and said to them, I would help them to get a scanner, because when I was in South Africa, CBP, I believe, helped the South Africans to get 2 scanners in a Durban. That Durban is the largest port, I think, in Africa. And they would have some issues, and then get 2 scanners. And we said we can work through the problem and get scanners. But you know what now? Them know why with it because they say once we get in, people have got prison, People have got prison because all I got to do is just confirm what we know already. That's all I got. We just have to confirm what we know already. So
let me address this thing from Millicent. Let me address this thing. Millicent Spence. Yes, I love you too, my sister. But let me tell you this. There are a number of ports that are run, as I would have said, on a private-public partnership or public-private partnership. For example, here in the United States, right, we have a lot of public-private partnership ports. The Port of Long Beach is operated by the Long Beach Container Terminal, a subsidiary of Orient Overseas International Limited. The Port of Los Angeles, not about some major ports, where private terminal operators like APRM Terminal, and other operate those facilities. In Europe, the same thing. The Port of Rotterdam in Netherlands, the Port of Antwerp in Belgium. In Asia, the same thing. In China, port like Shanghai International Port Corp are publicly traded corporation with significant private investment, and at them around the port. In India, many ports like Mundra are operated by Adani ports and special economic zone port. In the Middle East, they talk about DP World based in Dubai. No, DP World operates 90 ports and 6 terminals across 6 continents. Hutchinson Port operates 52 ports in 27 countries. PSA International operates 60 locations in 26 countries. So my point is, sir.
Let's ask you a question. How many of them, how much guns are come into those ports as coming into our little port?
The point I'm making, Doc, is not about, the efficacy of their work. That's not the point. The point is that we cannot be hard and fast on the government and say, well, boy, Andrew, this and Andrew, that, and the GLP, this, them make the Chinese man, them take out the country. No, a lot of countries, whether it is a first world country, whether it's the United States or a European country, or a Middle Eastern country, or a Caribbean country, they can have agreement with private organization who run and do a more efficient job at the work. And that's the point I'm making. So then I'm not advocating pro nor con, but we have to make sure it's clear that we don't have this narrative where say, no, the government not can make nobody run the port because no, we can't do that. We can't do that. That would be false.
That narrative at all. I am just simply saying, if you were to go to all of those ports that you mentioned, and we look at what they how they have been running, whether they have been efficient or not, you're going to find that the ours is far less efficient than
they're corrupt because of the staff, them are the problem, Doc. But right now, if you want grease a man palm down a wharf, a man will take the money there and make anything come in, I'll pipe bomb.
But hold on there, Prezi. Can you find out how much port does Jamaica has?
I will do so in 2 seconds.
Because there is a port right now, There's a port right now in Jamaica. It's not manned by neither police nor nobody,
You're talking about
You have several ports, man. You even have ports where the backside them run.
Thank you.
You have ports where the backside run, but I don't think those ports are being manned.
There's nobody there. And a very well-known company in Jamaica is allowed to use that port.
I got your answer here when you're ready, guys.
Go ahead.
All right, we have the Port of Kingston, Port of Montego Bay, the Port of Orcherius, the Port of Falmouth, the Port of Esquivel, which is mainly aluminum one you mentioned, the Rocky Point Port, which is also same thing for bauxite, and we also have Port Kaiser, which is same thing for alumina. So you're absolutely right that there are a lot of ports that are not the same one with the barrel and come.
Yeah, but you're not talking about the port of Jamaica. The whole port.
Well, Rupe, you're right on target, my brother. Yeah. There's a port called Port of Jamaica with more than 120 illegal points of entry.
Exactly.
The government said that, not my words. The government said that they have identified 100 and plus illegal points of entry.
So tell me something now. How on earth can that twiddly dum-dum Deputy Commissioner of Police, Fitz Bailey, is saying that we in the diaspora must figure out a way to stop sending guns to Jamaica. When so many ports in Jamaica is not manned by police. Bunch of set of damn fools.
I strong police and a man it man, a woman it woman because man and do that. So much things coming. What is wrong? This is, as we women are smarter than men. I've come to the conclusion because let me tell you, you couldn't tell that to any woman. They would not believe you. Because I mean, what is happening in Jamaica is unprecedented. It should not be happening. Okay? We are at war literally with ourselves.
Do you know the amount of people of the Vumvava and the Vumvavi who have things coming into Jamaica at those ports?
Brother, man.
There's a well-known company, and I can't talk it on air, that I am aware of, that end up carrying in things into the country. A well-known company. Go ahead, Mr. Rattigan.
That is no secret.
No, and don't forget, don't forget, with them go back and read the national security plan, where them tell you, say, them border security, is a priority for Jamaica. And them tell you how much money them have spent, them tell you about how much boat them buy, and how much this and how much that, and yet still Haitian pan raft and rubber tube I skip past them with all of them radar and the big engine with them have, with them can go, 100, 1,000 miles an hour, and them can't spot them people that come over and across in Jamaica. In fact, people can land have to tell the police, them say, hey, we see some Haitian down the road, Come on, them make it pan rubber tire and pan raft, makeshift raft and all kind of things, and then make it. This is a joke, people. There's no such thing as national security. I think I have to agree with my dear friend Jeffery Tavares when it calls it insecurity, because there's nothing secure about it. I mean, when you have a plane can land and contents missing and passengers gone, and best the government can do is come about 2 or 3 weeks later and say, hey, the people that were on that plane, they've left the island. And you say, but by the way, people, how you know a people are not a person? And how you know them left the island? And where the goods on where them bring them? This is a joke.
Ian Fleming Port. Remember the whole for cocaine right there? Them smoke it or drink it out. Right there.
It's an airport, yeah. It's still there, man. It's an international airport now.
I guarantee you that no, you know what they should be doing? They should be going into the evidence room and checking that piece of evidence on a regular basis, because watch and see, when there will come a time when at some point down the road somebody go and check it and it turn out to be flour. And that's what it was originally tested.
It is not, but Ratty, it is not there anymore.
Who says?
It is not there. It is the international. It is the Ian from International Airport, and whatever how much billion of cocaine that they said was seized, it's not there anymore.
Well on it. Yeah, Denise, let me tell you something. I don't know how many embassies you work at, and if you're familiar with the diplomatic protocols. But you're saying that it's not fair to put all that on her. What you're saying, and it's fair to put some of it on her. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Which part of it you would have put on her? Which part of it you would have put on her? That's what you're saying. You say it's not fair to put all of it. So by extension, you're saying some of it is her fault. Well, just like how she could have come out, Denise, and run up her mouth about to chat about travel advisory, and she'll get them to change travel advisory. She could have gone to them and talked to them about the weapons. And guess what happened? She did, Denise, because when the Prime Minister came, don't for one moment think that the Prime Minister go to the meetings and the ambassador is right next to him. Don't forget that she's right next to him. So I don't know if you know about diplomatic protocols, and I won't question yours, but I can highlight mine, right? Because I've served at several embassies. And I'm telling you that when the president come, that ambassador have to be right beside him every step of the way until them left the country. From the moment he come till them left, and not only that, we have videos, we have photographs of Ambassador Marks next to the Prime Minister in some of these meetings. She didn't at the meeting them. In fact, she even set up a meeting for me now. I can't find the tape now.
a meeting when him got there and the man looked so out of place. He don't know what the subject matter was. They matter about counter-terrorism. It had nothing to do with his trip. And then going to make a fool of himself. Going to make a complete fool of himself. So people, here's what happened now. Certain things, when you come to me, make sure you come to me with your facts, you know. When you come about law enforcement and when you come about diplomatic relations, come with your facts, you know. Don't come fool or sideways with me, because we will rubbish you out. We will rubbish you out. Yes. And anybody who have a challenge with, come with the facts and tell me, say, no, Mr. Rattigan, the ambassador does not go with the Prime Minister to these meetings. And she knows nothing about these meetings. That you must tell me. And when you tell me that, you're going to tell me, say, you're an idiot, you don't understand nothing about diplomacy, because you know why? There's no way the ambassador, there's no way the Prime Minister can travel to America and a cable is not sent from Jamaica to the ambassador saying, here are the talking points, here is the scene setter, this is what we would like you to do to set up all of these meetings with these people, because the talking points are here, these are the things we're going to raise. No way. No way. So, please, my people, where's to put it up again? That is not her job, Denise. Then Denise tells me that you don't know nothing about her job. You don't know nothing about her job. That is her job to raise those issues. In the absence of the Prime Minister being here, she's the Prime Minister's personal representative in America, and by extension, she's representing the government and the people of Jamaica. And any issues that have to do with America, it is her right, her privilege, her responsibility to raise those issues. Yeah,
and it's to do with Jamaica.
What was that?
It's anything to do with America. It's anything to do with Jamaica.
Yes, she is required to raise those issues. Just like, hold on a second. You see, just like how she gonna raise the issue with the travel advisory, she's required to raise the issues about the guns.
Of course.
She's required. I guess Dennis will tell me, say, Kevin Jr. no have nothing to do with it either. I guess she will tell me, say, the CGs have nothing to do with it. I guess she will tell me, say, the Foreign Affairs Minister have nothing to do with it. I guess she will tell me, say, the Prime Minister have nothing to do with it. I guess she will tell me, say, the Police Commissioner have nothing to do with it.
No, the Minister of Insecurity.
Hold on. You saw people not thinking. They're not thinking, because if all them people are elected and selected and appointed to deal with the issues of Jamaica and them not deal with it, then how we know how to deal with it? All right, now, man. All right, now, man. I take you back. But how we are going to deal with it? How can we deal with it? Them people are selected, elected, appointed to deal with issues and
paid by the taxpayers of this country.
And paid too. Exactly.
I would encourage
between America and Jamaica, and them can't do it.
I would
no, Denise, I would say that is not her job. Come on,
I would encourage everybody. We know people, we like them, and what have you, and so on and so forth. But when you get your job to be done, please do not offend anybody, because let me make it quite clear. We don't know what is happening behind the closed doors. We don't know what is happening within the halls of their responsibility. So all I'm trying to say to you guys is, listen to me. We are out here fighting for Jamaica, right? And I know that some people think that we should not fight for Jamaica. For what reason? I don't. We are Jamaicans, okay? And there's no other country in the world except autocracies like North Korea and all of those type of countries which try to manipulate and control their diaspora. And we are saying, no, we need to have our own autonomy. We are sending our money, and just the professor said it earlier on, and what the other gentleman said, our money is far more important than the hotel money, because the hotel money doesn't come here. Our money goes.
Mr. Rattigan, before you come on.
Jeffrey, you see, for economy is a learning curve for me. Agriculture is a learning curve for me. Several things are learning. I may openly admit that. But see, when it comes to diplomacy, and so when it comes to law enforcement, me no need no learning curve. Let me tell you something now. You see, just like what we said, we can take all of the living police commissioners, right? and take all of them the high command people, and take all of the advice, and take all of the ministers, and put them in a one room, and put me on the other side, and make we talk law enforcement issues, how to better Jamaica, and we beat them street and lane. Likewise, you can take the ambassador and the 2 CGs and put them in a room with me, and make we talk about how you deal with America now regarding your issues. When me forget is more than what them experience in our lifetime. Combined, with all 3 of them, what them know right now is when me forget. When me forget is more. When me forget in the time when me gone is more. And believe me, we still have our holy left. Still have our holy. But what you have here, you have. I'm never say it as it is because we know whole punches around here. We have a set of incompetence masquerading as professionals. That's what we have. We have a set of people who care more about their hairstyle than what is going on in the relationship between Jamaica and the United States. We have a set of people who care more about waiting for their children to graduate from schools in America than what's going on with the education system in Jamaica and how they can work with schools in America to get grants and to get scholarships for things. These are the things that should be concerned with, but they're concerned about their personal issues. But this is a boondoggle assignment for them. This is not about the people of Jamaica. So Jamaican people want to understand, So when you see what they are saying now, we call it the people's, this we don't call it government conference. We call it the people's conference because we are fighting for UNO. We are bringing truth to light, so that we can understand what is going on and don't believe the hype. Them come out and them tell you one thing, and a lot of them say, Rah! and if I should have stopped and say, when just done say, or what she just done say, you understand? And how does that apply to you, your family, your community, and the country of Jamaica? Then can't answer. Can't answer. And that's why people don't need to tell enough friends. We need to tell our neighbors, we need to tell our relatives to come around this corner here and listen to this program. Because around here, we not talk about personalities, and we talk about responsibility, we talk about truth, we talk about justice, we talk about issues affecting the Jamaican people and how we can make things better for them. And if you notice, we don't selfish with our ideas, because we tell every speaker, so when you come, we want you to come with solutions. If you're not coming with solutions, we don't need you around here, because we all know what the problem is. We know what the problem is. So when you come with, and if you notice from Sunday night till tonight, every single speaker who come here, them highlight the issues in such a way that even the most uneducated person in Jamaica can understand. And then after them lay out the issues, them say, okay, here are some ways that we think that Jamaica, the government should be treating these issues to make things better for the people of Jamaica. Not better for the politicians and their friend and company and their pocket, but better for the people of Jamaica. So please, we're asking them to continue to support this program. Tomorrow night, by the way, we're going to discuss 2 issues that you people in Jamaica, you are greatly affected by these 2 issues. We are in the diaspora, but you are directly affected. The 2 issues, agriculture, and you hear the professor talk about it earlier, right? How the farmers them get squeezed out because they lift the tariffs off a certain produce and products, and now them bring them in and flood the market with cheap goods where we don't even know where some of them things are, all them produce them, all them things are grow. We don't even know. Right? You understand that? When I sleep on the job. All of the people who are responsible for testing things and following up to make sure say the Jamaican people now eat plastic rice and things. We don't know what they're doing. And the second one is most topical. It is about the water crisis in Jamaica. We don't need to say nothing more. We don't know what we are talking about. So we don't need to tune in tomorrow night when we have a full discussion about this. On the water topic, we're going to discuss from somebody who knows a lot about the water situation, and they're going to get it from a group of our beloved researchers who will come on. President, we're telling them more about them, but then we're come on and then we're approach it from a different angle. So that's why we don't have to tune in for our people's conference. By the way, for them conference done yesterday, for all intents and purposes, because today's like them say, oh, when you go visit some people, go visit another old age home, go paint a school, go do this, go do that. But, so it's done, right? But what happened is that we believe that there are issues that we need to discuss. And if you notice, we have been discussing 2 issues per night, except last night when our dearly beloved brethren, Ambassador Curtis Ward, could not be with us due to some technical issues. But every night we discuss 2 issues, and we said, no, we're going to carry this all the way till Saturday. So tomorrow night, Friday night, we have 2 more issues we're going to discuss. And then on Saturday, we have some more issues. Saturday, you know what we're going to talk about? We're going to talk about accountability and advocacy. How do you stand up and discuss issues for people, right? How do you get the attention of the lawmakers? How do you get the attention of the government? How? And we're going to discuss all them ways. And then our special guest, we're going to go in at the national security issue. You heard from Professor Clayton, Anthony Clayton, and it was a very riveting presentation. Well, now we're going to hear Saturday now. We're going to dig a little bit deeper now and we're going to get the fullness. So this People's Conference won't end until Saturday. And that's how much we care about the people of Jamaica. That we said, we now go shortcut it, we now go cut the corner, we now go do this, and we're going to give the people what the people need to know. So by the time we finish, by the time we finish, we're supposed to be maybe not experts, but well versed in any one of them topics like national security, water, agriculture, health, education, all them topics up. When you can go someone at the bar and talk to a friend and share the information, each one teach one. Prezi, over to you.
Yeah, before Prezi come, sorry, Mr. President.
Hold on. No. We have to wrap this up.
No, I just want to say something, please.
No. You're going to get a chance to say something. And you're going to make it count, because the last thing you're going to say. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being a part of our program tonight. And I know some of you just have come from wherever you want to come from, and the numbers them shoot up. But we have to close the program, because those of you who've been present, thank you for your diligence. Thank you for everything so far. But we have to land the plane. And I'm going to pass the mic around to the team. Tomorrow night, as Will said, is going to be one for the history book, because you're going to learn some things. Listen, I'm going to tell you this. Is it tomorrow? You're going to learn some things that you never know. You're going to love Jamaica more tomorrow. You see, tomorrow, a Friday, I know. But I go up on a date or no, man. Stay here, sir. Yes, you have to stay. It's a commitment. It's an investment in you, and it's an investment in your country. So you need for the yes or tomorrow. So I invite you, come out tomorrow, be here, be with the team, and then, Saturday we mellow it out and we just close out the conference officially. But with that said, I have these distinguished gentlemen sitting here on the panel. First and foremost, the gentleman who was ready to speak is now given the floor. Mr. Jeffery Tavares, ladies and gentlemen, and his final 45-second speech.
Oh, Lord. No, I was just saying that people on the Make We Talk program was saying that they have never seen Mr. Rattigan so forceful for a long while. And he just gave it to them. Anyway, well, I just want to say thanks to everyone who came on. It's been a pleasure being on this program tonight. The People's program, the People's Forum. And for those out there who believe that we're gonna just go off in the moonlight.
Permanent secretaries, and you see, we are telling a long time, so permanent secretaries play a great role in our people. Never, up to last time I mentioned it, I asked the doctor a question about permanent secretaries. People now pay attention to them positions and them people there. But they wield tremendous power. They wield tremendous power in Jamaica. And so what we are planning to do is continue to highlight the ills and the deficiencies and the problems associated with bad governance, in the hope that the government will do a course correction. We are not advocating a change of government. Let me be absolutely clear about that. We are advocating for government to change. We're not here advocating, say, go on. No, we're not advocating for change of government. We're advocating for government to change. Changing of government, that's up to the people. All we can do is present facts. and then the voters will decide. And so our main job is to educate our people so that they can become informed voters. That's it. Remember this, folks. When you're as government, when you're making your plan, 1 year you plant rice. A 10-year plan, you plant trees. But if you're thinking about the people of Jamaica and the future of Jamaica for generations to come, and if you care about your legacy, as this Prime Minister says he does, you plant the seed of education. Thank you very much, President.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being the best part of the program tonight. And this is where we have to hang up the golden microphone. But tomorrow is another day. So please be here, God's willing, on time tomorrow, 7 p.m., where we will, well, not conclude. We'll have the day 6. Saturday is going to be really putting the icing on the cake. Saturday is when we come out and we're going to come at school again, like we always do. And we really appreciate y'all. So thank you. You guys are amazing. I love you. And I just want to thank you for being the best part of this conference. All right. So appreciate, love it. And one more time, I got some requests that I should play the national anthem, and we will. So before we do that, I'm going to ask the panelists to join me in prayer as we close off tonight. Father, we thank you for our country. We are passionate on both sides and on every side about the future, about the integrity, about where our country is and where we would like to see it. But we know that righteousness exalts a nation and sin is a reproach to any people. So as a country, when our leaders are corrupt, the people become corrupt. So we pray that the absence of corruption will be the hallmark and the benchmark of the future of our country. There are so many different areas that we are lacking. Will you help us? And we know that one little flicker of flame can set a forest ablaze. And tonight, we're that ember. We are the ones that are starting that spark. And this flint will ignite and create a wonderful and an amazing outcome. Bring forth the best possible outcome for the people of Jamaica. Help us. And may you rid the country of those who drive the country down and exploit the resources and the well-being of the people. Help us. And I pray that you will bless the rest of this conference and everyone who is seeing it tonight and those who will see it in the future. We tell you thanks. In Jesus' name, amen. Asking you guys to remember to donate. A lot of you do so. Please go over to the website. Tomorrow we're going to have a little fundraising, so please get ready for that. So bring out something to come and support OJLDF. We need your support, so come out tomorrow night for that. One more time, let me thank the panelists, and on behalf of the entire team, Wilfred Rattigan, Make We Talk, Jeffery Tavares, Dr. Rupert Francis of the Jamaica Task Force, and it's me, your president.